Dustbowl Diatribes is a Morin Academy podcast.
I think that just as we're living in a nuclear age, we have grown so tremendously in scientific knowledge. It doesn't seem too much to say that men can begin to awaken to the fact that they haven't grown enough spiritually and haven't recognized their spiritual capacities.
Once something like eating is death, then you've struck at the very heart of life. The enemy of the older radical theories may have been the ruling class, but today the stakes of whether we will reform ourselves into a new kind of human being, a new kind of society, whether we will find selves worth being, the stakes of it are simply life itself.
Modernity has created promises that it has no ability to keep. What this means is that we're a society of disembedded individuals, stuck in the impossible situation of being alone together. What was understood as emancipation has proved to be a form of isolation. It is important to understand that what I'm telling you is not simply a cultural part of history. It's a description of the story that shapes every single person that you know. This is why there is a rise in mental illness. It's absolutely concurrent with the disembedding of the individual, because individuals can't constitute themselves by the very nature of the case. Subjectivity cannot sustain its own weight. We need others to tell us. But we've been given an ethical mandate by the Enlightenment that tells us that that's immoral, that nobody should constrain us.
All right, well, welcome to the April episode of Dustbowl Diatribes. This time we are covering Gilmore Girls. The working title for this is Gilmore Girls as Allegory for WASP Civilizational Decline. But but we'll get into that later. So we have on an old friend of mine who, how many times you watched Gilmore Girls? Twice last year? Is that right?
Oh, I probably watch it twice a year, almost every year. As a matter of fact, I just started rewatching it again last week.
Okay. So you've watched it, what, at least 20 times? Is that what that means?
Oh gosh, probably.
Probably. Okay. So let's start with why. Why out of everything that you could watch, are you watching it twice a year?
I mean, I guess for me, I like a feel-good show. I'm a person like I also like background noise. So it probably started, 10 years ago when I became a social worker. Sometimes it was easier for me to focus on like writing my court reports and whatnot if I had background noise that I didn't need to pay attention to, and music stopped working for me because I would inevitably sing along to it. But Gilmore Girls became one of my background noise shows
Okay.
a long time ago, and it's cycles. I mean, I have a few shows like that, but I would say every fall I start watching it, and then the second time a year is always just random. I'll get a wild hair and start it over.
Yeah. And can you explain the association of the show with the fall? Like every time I ask someone like this, they can't explain it. It's like a mystique or something.
That's only funny because I literally just finished the episode where Roy comes out on the porch and says, "So what's the verdict?" And Richard said, "I am an autumn."
Yeah.
And I think that's where it started. Plus, just the town is so picturesque for seasons, and it starts in fall. And so I think that's just how people associate it. Because if you really pay attention to a lot of a lot of the episodes, they show you that town as the seasons change, and it's just beautiful. Plus, they have all those festivals and weird things and Stars
Mhm.
Hollow that also highlight seasons, and fall being, I think, the biggest
Mhm.
of them. So yeah,
And
it's just known as a fall show. I never really understood it either until that video of Richard saying, "I am an autumn" really went viral a couple years back.
mhm.
I don't know who made that, but kudos to them.
Sure. And surely it was intentional on the part of the writers to
Yeah.
to to bake in all of the seasonal motifs.
Oh yeah. Because if you add a hint of, I don't know, I guess nostalgia to anything, you're more likely to have it be rewatched.
Hmm.
And there's a
Okay.
lot of references in Gilmore Girls.
Does it feel like, because to me it feels a little bit like a tourist town because those things
Mhm.
are played up so much. Does it feel like that for you?
Oh yeah. Which is
Okay.
funny since it's obviously such a small town and they don't really, I mean, other than Taylor Dosey, nobody really talks about tourists. And he just brings them up in random town hall meetings. He's like, our tourism rate has gone down, which is why he opened that psychotic museum way later in the series. But yeah, I mean, it's just so picturesque. How could it not be a tourist town?
Hmm.
All right.
I
Well,
guess
and
I think.
especially being so close to like all of the, East Coast wealth.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And all those huge schools. I mean,
Right.
Harvard, Yale, they're they're all right there.
Right. So how
Huge
much
part of the plot.
is part of it is part of the appeal to show the fantasy that you would live there, you would want to live there or in a town like that?
Oh yeah. I it's kind of on my bucket list, but it's more like a thought in the back of my head that they've like turned the town into a tourism trap. Or there is a town in Connecticut that it has the gazebo where they filmed. And I mean, what's his name? Scott Patterson, who plays Luke. He does
Hmm.
all sorts of stuff there 2 or 3 times a year. Tours of the diner and things like that. They're all still there. No
Hmm.
one's touched like everything that went into Gilmore Girls is untouched because they made it into a tourist trap for
Hmm.
lovers of the show, which was brilliant on their part, but I
Sure.
want to go.
Sure.
Okay. I mean, it's sort of tangentially to that, but before, um, so occasionally there's like a troubadour or a musician that
Yes.
just kind of appears out of nowhere and he's playing music in the background. Like, what did what do you make of that? Like, what is that all about?
I don't know. And that's always kind of baffled me because of that one episode where he's apparently gone and all of a sudden the town is filled with musicians. Um, and
Like
they're
he's
all
like
Okay.
a raccoon keeping at bay all the other raccoons and possums.
yes, especially because there's supposedly something in the town bylaws that allows for one troubadour, so long as the town recognizes him. Those episodes just crack me up because where else are you going to hear about a town troubadour?
Mhm.
Do you know of anywhere in the United States that has its own musician in the square?
Can't say as I do.
Right? What a bizarre thing, but like you had to love him. I mean, and a lot of his music really does go with whatever is happening, whether it's a sad moment or a happy one. Sometimes he's singing a really funny song during whatever scene he's in the background of. Um, but it probably wasn't until I'd watched it for the 10th time that I really paid any attention to what he was singing in the background. That's on me. But I like the town troubadour. I wish Hayes had one of those.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Manhattan, Aggieville needs a town troubadour. What else could Manhattan need?
There's
Not a
That
probably
would be
something in the
charming.
troubadour.
bylaws to prevent just that sort of activity.
That's actually true. I'm surprised you haven't made fun of the shirt I'm wearing today, Spencer.
I can't.
It
It says
says
life
it says
short.
life short, talk fast, Gilmore Girls.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, so let's talk about that. That's the part of the other appeal of the show is supposed to be that people love like the witty, snappy dialogue, right?
Some people hate it.
Yeah. I kind of don't like it, but first say what you think about it and why.
I don't know. I guess the reason that I fell in love with their humor and how quick it all happens is that it makes you pay attention. Um, Whereas for other people, they find it annoying because you have to pay so much attention so that you don't miss whatever they're talking about. Um, I mean, you obviously know how many times I've watched it, and I tried to get our friend Sarah to watch it last year. She got 2 episodes in. She said those girls are annoying, and I gave up.
Mhm.
She said, is it just me or are they constantly talking about nothing?"
Right.
And then I
Well,
had to rewatch it and I was like, are they talking about nothing?
yeah. Well, I feel like most of the time, two-thirds of it is they're making these like niche pop culture references,
Hmm.
usually to like movies and stuff from before we were born.
Oh yeah.
So where, yeah, anyway, that's part of it to me is that, but I mean, at its best, like some of the lines usually between Emily and Lorelai and kind of Rory, like when it's more like pointed, like early on in the season, they miss a family funeral to go to a cat's funeral.
Hmm.
And then when Emily is like, "Oh, what are you doing tomorrow that you can't come? A raccoon's wedding?" Like that's when it's great.
I
But
know.
yeah, when it's riffing on some old movie from the 50s. Um,
Yeah. Well,
and
I mean, we just restarted it and I think one of the things I also appreciate about it is if you don't understand something or they're referencing, they normally fill in that blank pretty quick too.
yeah,
Because in the episode I was just watching, her mom called her some name and I won't remember what it was, but she's like, apparently I'm a 1980s comedian as well. Um, and I really
Okay.
appreciated that because I mean, I did. I sat there for a second and I thought, I'm gonna have to Google that.
Mhm.
And then Richard came into the room and she filled him in and said, and according to mom, I'm a 1980s comedian or whatever the line was. And I'm like, thank you. Now I don't have to look that person up.
Right. But
But
yeah,
sometimes they don't.
like at its best, it's stuff like that, and it's genuinely funny. And at its worst, it just feels like empty and sometimes smug to me. Like,
Yeah.
don't we get these niche pop cultural references? But
Sometimes there's a little too much of it.
yeah,
I feel
I would
like
agree with
that's, I
that.
mean, I've been in social circles where that's a sport, and so I have that reaction to it of, geez, I mean, to a certain extent, I'm getting tired, or I'm not sure I really want to play this game, but it's definitely a thing that I don't know if I would characterize it as a millennial thing. I think it's a thing for people a little bit older than millennials. At least the people I'm around like, that are doing it are more like people in their 40s, whatever
And I
that
think
is.
that's, yeah, so I mean, that's the difference between Lorelai's humor and I guess Rory's to me is that
Mm,
all of, and that's like their trickle down effect is all of Lorelai's quick wit and humor and all of her references, the like mental sparring match she's constantly putting on with people. Rory adapted to, but also doesn't necessarily put that out into the world as much as her mom does, I guess. She's
mhm,
not
mhm.
quite as verbally sparring as Lorelai is.
right. Or she
You're
doesn't have
right.
the drive. That was the part when the newspaper mogul says you don't have, isn't it the drive
Exactly. Hmm.
or have it?
Yeah.
Where yeah, and that's part of we'll come back to this, but I feel like partly the background of the story is they're telling a story of like intergenerational decline, both like financially and even sort of like intellectually, emotionally. Like the parents are out there, they're like conforming to high class norms, and then Lorelai's like, I'm gonna be me. I'm gonna go to a small town that's still kind of subsidized by the high class norms. And then Rory gets kind of like sheltered and she doesn't have to like fight either in high class society or in like Stars Hollow and in her mom's world because she's kind of like unconditionally affirmed.
True.
But do you
I
buy
don't
that
know
argument?
though.
Maybe
I
I'm
don't know that I would call it a decline necessarily.
mhm,
Because I think, I mean, the reason Lorelai made those choices is because she never felt like she fit into that upper class world. And so she didn't want that for Rory. And then when Rory chooses Chilton, I think I mean, is almost like going back into a culture shock for Lorelai because in her mind she thinks this is everything I escaped and this is something my kid's choosing. How
mhm,
did that happen?
right. And then Rory's increasingly sucked into like the norms and
Oh
the
yeah.
expectations. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Oh, especially once she starts dating Logan. It's like her mom's worst nightmare, which is why she didn't like him very much.
Mhm. Yeah.
which is why she did those things, probably, right?
Yep.
It's like every generation just doesn't want to do what its parents want them to do.
Oh yeah. I mean, you could call it a decline, but reality, if you watch it start to finish, including those last four episodes on Netflix, is that the whole point of it is that it comes full circle.
Hmm.
So is it a
Right.
decline?
Well, I think it's sort of a like financial and cultural decline. Like insofar as it just if we focus on sort of the money and the social standing, which maybe you could make an argument that this is actually like moral progression. But like whenever Lorelai needs to expand the business, even though she has a successful business, she has to go to mommy and daddy to get funding, even in the Netflix show. And then, but at least she, like has her own boutique business. Whereas like where the Netflix show ends is like Rory's a washed up journalist. Yes, she writes a book, which may or may not be, some bestseller that ends up on Oprah. Uh, but like her financial situation is worse than Lorelai's, which was
Oh yeah.
worse than Richard and Emily's. Which I guess arguably it's kind of implied is worse than the original Lorelai's in London, right?
Part of me's always questioned though if the way they kind of left Rory's I mean, they alluded to her financial situation, but I think it was more of them alluding to kind of what, you know, Huntsberger says, which is that she doesn't have it. So she's floundering in her career. But once Richard died, I could guarantee that she probably got some kind of money to float on because
She
she
might.
was still taking all those trips, even though she was
Right.
freelancing.
And if he had enough money to leave money to Luke, then yeah, surely.
Oh,
Yeah.
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 Because they kind of make it seem like, yeah, Rory's struggling somehow. And all I thought through those four episodes was, she's got to be borderline rich.
Mhm.
Like he had
Yeah,
to have
I
left her
Well,
a good chunk of change.
right. And
yeah,
she's
I
also
felt that
functionally
way too.
the mistress of Logan. So presumably he's just like, I'll send a cab or anyway.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Right. But she's
Right.
more like impoverished in the sense that I felt like she just feels like a loss of pride, or,
Yeah.
she wants to make it on her own and she wants to accomplish on her own.
And she
And
could.
to that extent, yeah, she probably feels like, I don't know, impoverished or a failure, even though she's got that
Not.
backup. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, right. Clearly not.
What other questions you got, Spencer? You got a list? Do you have a list of questions over there?
Yeah, I've got some like papers.
Oh
Uh,
my God.
Ooh,
okay,
he's armed.
let's take a half step back and summarize. So what I like about it is kind of what you're saying. There's this I would describe it as it's kind of like a bipolar show in the sense of there's like the sitcom Stars Hollow, eccentric characters, like the subplots, and then there is the other plot, which is like all of the drama between the Gilmore girls and their love interests.
Oh yeah.
And by the end of it, I had acquired, and the background too is I feel like yeah, I never would have watched this before I was married. I was recently on a double date, and the other couple was dating, and the girl was trying to get the guy to watch this, and I was like, not unless she puts a ring on it. Like, dude, why would she buy the
Oh,
cow if she can get the milk for free? Like, this is not a dating.
Because of Gilmore Girls.
Mm,
If Emily were
okay.
here, the eye roll I would have just witnessed. I tell you what.
Yeah, she somewhat regrets it. She says I've somewhat ruined the show for her by like every step of the way. I'm like, but why are they like this? Why is this happening? Why can't they make up their minds? And she says to ask questions like that is to miss the essence of the show. And you don't ask what it means that I am a fall. You feel it.
You feel it. It's a feeling.
It's a
It's true.
vibe. But yeah, so like I get at the end of it, I had a kind of Stockholm syndrome where like I did enjoy the show as like a sitcom, dramedy, whatever you would call it.
Yeah.
I don't, I feel more negative on the smugness of the dialogue sometimes, and this bleeds into just what I don't get. I don't like it, but I also don't get it. So I'm willing to say maybe I don't understand. So this is why we need you here to interpret
Okay.
the glacial pace at which decisions get made by the Gilmore girls, kind of all three of them, is to
Yep.
me annoying.
Oh yeah.
I assume that is part of the show that either you enjoy the slowness with which the decisions get made, or you, this is my theory, you're maybe meant to like judge or resent the Gilmore Girls for slowly making what are oftentimes bad decisions.
Yep.
You
It's the thing that keeps you hanging on
It keeps you
because you
hanging
have
on.
to stick around for them to make a decision. And then once they make it, there's inevitably another decision that needs to be made. So you're always on the hook, waiting for whatever thing they're going to do next. Where's she going to go to college? Who's Lorelai going to marry? Who's she going to date? What's going to happen with Christopher? Like you're constantly on the hook in that show
Hmm.
for what they're going to do next. And it does, it drives you crazy. It makes you resent them a little bit. I mean, Lord
Yeah.
knows I've screamed at the TV plenty of times waiting for Lorelai to just choose Luke.
Hmm.
And that's season one for me, where
Right.
she
It is
said,
episode two. Right. This is the kind of question I asked that Emily says ruins the show. I'm like, do the writers intend for you to resent these characters? Is that part of the enjoyment of the show? Or are you more, I guess to put it crudely, are they meant to be heroes or anti-heroes? Or is it, I assume the answer is a kind of ambiguous somewhere in the middle. But again,
yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but because I mean, I love this show. I love their characters, but I have a love-hate relationship for every single character in the show.
okay. Every single one.
Oh, absolutely. Even though, I mean, you know, I generally enjoy the mother-daughter dynamics just because I feel like they're fairly real. Um, if you kind of throw out the classism of it all, they're fairly real interactions between children and parents. Um,
And real
or
quick,
they're
what do you mean by the classism of it all?
like if you throw out Emily's snootiness as a mother and just embrace her version of mothering. Um, and you can compare it to Lorelai's and, I'm sure what they're getting at is that Rory will probably be a mother much like Lorelai, um, because that's who she learned from. And Lorelai spent her entire motherhood trying to be everything but Emily Gilmore. Um, and I think that's kind of a real thing because any of us could look at other people in our family and say that there are traits that we do and don't want. And so with every character, you have a love-hate relationship with them where there are so many things you love, and then the things like poor decision making or super slow decision making, and you're just thinking to yourself, man, I hate them. And I wish that this particular part was over. So you love to hate them too. So yeah, I
Right.
think it's a constant middle ground for pretty much every character.
When
Yeah.
you're watching these people, are you more at the level of you're dwelling in their heads and what you want to find out is what they're kind of thinking and they're feeling? Or is it more in the actual action of the plot and what happens? Which one of those two do you experience more?
Uh, the more I watch it, I'm probably well, the more I watch it, the more whys I have, which is why I think it's so funny that Spencer, like, first time through is just why? Why are they doing this? Because I had to watch it for a long time before I started going, why? Even though I'd already seen it and I already knew the outcomes. Um, but So I'm more wise now. Before it was the plot. I think what kept me hooked on Gilmore Girls was truly I had to watch it long enough for her to choose Luke, or I thought I was gonna lose my mind.
Okay.
Um, just because I couldn't handle it. And I just kept waiting because I just kept thinking the writers would not do this to people who fell in love with the show. They would not put them together at some point.
Uh-huh. And were you,
Okay.
briefly, were you watching this when it was coming out?
When it was on TV, yes.
Okay.
Not super actively though. Like I did not, it wasn't one of those shows that I followed religiously when it was coming out weekly.
Mhm.
So
This is all post-streaming
oh
Netflix,
yeah. So the first
essentially.
time I watched it, I mean, it was on TV, and if I caught it, I caught it. And half the time, I think I was catching reruns because I never knew what was happening. I just knew that I thought they were funny and that I liked watching it for the time being, like for the time being. It was a thing to watch to pass the time.
Hmm.
But
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, and I hadn't. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit more. How does it compare when you started watching the show versus now, where it sounds like you're more mature and you see that like the characters are kind of like more problematic?
I
Like,
appreciate different characters for different things now. Like when I first started watching it, I hated Kirk. Kirk would come on the screen and I would have to fight the urge to shut it off because he was just so annoying to me. But now that I'm restarting it again, and the last few times I've watched it, Kirk is so bizarre that even though I've seen it so many times, I enjoy like whatever he's gonna do next. I feel
okay.
like I hated him so much I stopped paying attention to whatever kooky thing he was gonna do next. For example, have any of you ever caught, and I think this is the first time I've ever caught it, that when he shows up initially in this series, he gives Lorelai a different name. He does not say his name is Kirk.
Yeah, which I've assumed means Emily pointed that out when we first watched it, that like he was just this kind of temp character, and then he
Yeah,
was probably it was decided to keep him on. I would
because he
love to
was so
know,
quirky.
like, what are his royalty checks for this show? Like, is he just on a beach in Malibu or something? And like,
I hope so.
yeah.
I hope he took his weird self. Yeah, I hope he's made so much money.
He's got to be loaded. Yeah. To be getting royalties
Mhm.
off almost every episode of this. And yeah.
He is in a lot of episodes. Even just small cameos, but I bet he's in over half of the episodes.
Right. And structurally, like from the writer, yeah, part of where I kind of liked him quickly is like, okay, so he's this absurd guy that can just fill any hole in the episode.
Yep.
Yeah.
So true.
But okay, so your opinion on him has changed, but do you look at like the family? Like to me, it's easy to imagine if I was younger, I would be like Emily Gilmore sucks
Oh
and you know,
yeah.
Lorelai's fun. And now being older, I'm more like actually Lorelai kind of sucks and she's like a hypocrite in major ways. And like there's like a substantial like kernel of truth to like Emily's view of the world. And,
Yeah. It took, I mean, I think it took my own changes and growth as a person to really embrace that Lorelai makes a lot of bad choices. So many bad choices. And she
Mhm.
is very hypocritical. Um, it's interesting, I guess, now to watch it the older I get, where you can simultaneously watch her hope that Rory has a good relationship with her grandparents while she can't stand being around her parents.
Mhm.
Like she's constantly a rock in a hard place, but she puts herself there because she goes into every meal, every meeting, every whatever with a bad attitude, really,
Mhm.
which sets the scene for the bulk of the first two seasons and their interactions. I think that's also why I love those. I mean, I know unpopular opinion. Everyone hates those 4 episodes that the Netflix special did, but I
No, I think
love
they're
Emily
better.
in those. I
Yeah,
love her.
Yeah.
Um,
I liked it.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, and I feel like it
Huh.
does come full circle. Like Emily basically concedes once she no longer has to fill like her social role
mhm,
Mhm.
as as Richard's, you know, like housekeeper,
yeah.
that she also admits this is a bunch of like fake bullshit.
And then Lorelai is once again like, "Who are you?"
Uh-huh.
Like she
And the
almost
answer
wished
is
her mother.
basically Lorelai.
Exactly. Exactly.
Suppressed Lorelai under there. Yeah. I found Emily really appealing in that the
Oh yeah.
Netflix ones too. Yeah, she grows up. She's her own person. She's not restricted by these weird whatever that group is, the DAR or
Ugh,
whatever she's in,
yes.
right?
All of those horrible social norms that were suppressing her,
Yeah,
for
which I
sure.
mean, she was doing something admirable in a way, if you think about it, by conforming
Yeah.
to them all those years, right? And trying to
Mhm.
play the part that she was
And there's an
selected to play, so to
Given.
speak.
there's an
Yeah.
argument to be made that like if she wasn't just totally wasting her time, she was helping build up the fortune that could subsidize Lorelai and Rory
Hmm.
to be their authentic selves.
True.
Hmm. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a popular thing today, but Emily walked, so Lorelai could run. That's the
Mhm.
reality
Right. Right. So there's
that
this
Lorelai never
contemplation.
embraced.
There's this contemplation of all these generational differences and changes and the interplay amongst these women. Was there, how did you feel about the fact that the show consistently focused on the women? That was kind of new, as I understand it, that it was so
Hmm.
much about the women, right? And the guys are kind of often tangential, right? Or
Yeah.
almost feeling expendable. Like the ultimate example of that is in the Netflix series where Rory's boyfriend,
Boyfriend.
whoever that guy is, it's just kind of like randomly shows up and she's like, "Oh, yeah, what are you doing here?" Oh, we had a date. And she couldn't even remember,
His
he was
name
so
half the
like,
time.
yeah,
Who
right.
is
Just
that? That's my boyfriend. You've met him. Okay. Have you met him? Yeah, I saw him 3 months ago. Or yeah, constantly oh, we had a date.
so is this type of the like the concentration on the women and their interactions with each other and sort of the tangential nature of the guys, could that in any way be like a, did you resonate with it as a female, as a maybe in a feminist way or anything like that?
I originally, what made me resonate so much with the show is I have a very strong mother. Um, and while I love my dad, they got divorced when I was young. And so I watched my mom juggle 3 jobs and 4 kids and all of our sports practices and home cooked meals, even if we were eating them at 8 or 9 o'clock at night, because that's when we inevitably all got home from something. And so I think that's one of the things that hooked me was like a strong, supportive mother, because I'm fortunate enough to have one of those. Um, and while our relationship was not, I should say, anything like Lorelai and Rory growing up, now, I mean, whatever. I'm sure it's taboo to say your mom's your best friend, but my mom really is, in a lot of ways. Not in the way that's like a blurred line. She'll still put me in my place every day. Um, but she's also, a great support person. And I think that was the dynamic that they tried heavily to focus on. That no matter what happened, even if they were fighting, they always got through it. There was always love and support, even if they didn't agree with each other. I mean, and they had a lot of tumultuous moments, but they
Yeah.
got through them all. And that wasn't always a thing, I think, that was shown on TV at the time. Because, I mean, old sitcoms almost made people expendable. You broke
Hmm.
up with that guy, well, we're never going to see him in another episode. You had a fight with that person, they're dead. You know? And Gilmore Girls didn't do that. The men were,
So,
yes, I agree. They were not a huge part of, they were just fun little anecdotes on the side. I think with the exception of
yeah,
Luke. You could never get rid of Luke. I think if they had, they
right.
would have lost a lot of people.
Right. Yeah. Well, that there's a little bit of insight from me, maybe. Maybe a theory would be that part of its appeal is we went through an upswing of absence of fathers, like for decades, and
Oh
still
yeah.
are living in that era where, so many people are being raised exclusively by their moms for the most part. And so that's a real experience that a
Mhm.
lot of viewers would be able to kind of instinctually tap into.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That definitely helps. Mm.
That was one of the big things for me. Plus, I think when I first started watching it way back when, um, there was something about their relationship that I was slightly envious of. That now I look back on it and I'm like, she was too young for them to be friends like that. Like
Yeah.
that's poor parenting until she reaches about college. Um, and then the dynamic stays the same, but is more of what it should be at those ages rather than at 16 when she's her best friend and they fight because she likes a boy and doesn't want to go to Chilton, which is normal. But
Mhm.
for them, it was not.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those examples of like how much do the I assume the writers intend to note like to me, they implicate this is what ruins the show when I'm sitting next to Emily and I'm like, are we meant to judge Lorelai for being a kind of like arrested development, like they have an unhealthy diet and she's like too close of friends to her daughter? And is this partly symptomatic of like being this prodigal daughter and having to like wing it from scratch? Are we meant to judge her, or is this meant to be just sort of like normal and an ideal? And when young kids are watching this show, they're just thinking this is normal. This is fine.
I don't know. I mean, because yeah, people dwell on that. It's not normal. The amount of coffee she consumes, not normal. The way that they eat. I mean, every time they go into the grocery store, I just remembered being fascinated by whatever they were about to say to each other and what was going in that basket. Because they're thin women, you know? And I actually, it was it was my boyfriend who pointed this out to me. He goes, "Well, yeah, but the only place you ever see them drive to is to her grandparents' house because they walk everywhere." He's like, "So of course they can eat whatever they want. They're walking miles around that town every day."
Yeah.
And I had never thought about it before. Like they walk
But
in from
I
there.
still that doesn't really explain their sugar intake.
Oh no,
They're like,
not at all.
yeah.
Fantastic metabolisms that, only Spencer has. Spencer.
Right. And
Even
it's
that,
and it's
it's
just
not what it used to
bad
be.
parenting. It's
Hmm.
bad parenting regardless too, right? Like yeah, I picked up on that and I thought, man, these and they never cook, even though they do own a restaurant and a diner. I mean, or yeah.
And her
And
breast and her best friend is this five-star chef. You know?
yeah, yeah.
That she works with. And so
Yeah, they
presumably could
they
be
only
bringing
eat
home
well
food all
when
the time.
when Suki surprises them with something. I think that's also what made me love Luke, is especially in the first season, they order something and he's like, that's going to kill you. You shouldn't eat this. That's what he said first episode. Red meat'll kill you. And I
Okay.
mean, even a couple episodes after that, Lorelai comes in, she's having a bad day, and he says, "No, the coffee's on the house. I gave you decaf anyways."
So this sounds like it's pretty intentional. Like the makers of this show literally wanted us to contemplate about their food choices and
Oh
stuff
yeah.
as part of like the style of life they're living,
And
right?
it's part of their baffling, always on your toes appeal. You never know
Hmm.
what they're going to do, say, or eat.
Mhm. And partly
Yeah.
because they're all jacked up on caffeine.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, and so there were like six sort of background world making. They call it world making, like when nerds talk about like Lord of the Rings and there's all this lore and languages and whatever. I want to talk about the
Uh-huh.
world making of the show. And one of the six topics was food. Because like obviously one of my issues is like local food, organic food, how can we grow for ourselves? And I feel like the message of the show, at least at a superficial level, is like, look at these skinny, beautiful women who can eat whatever they want and not
Yep.
think about, they just buy. Even that's part of the generational shift. Like the grandparents are horrified when they see, well, one, just how much their kids order out. And then two, like the quantity of food. And they're like, well, it's okay. We put it in the freezer because we're not gonna, or in the fridge, we're not gonna cook tomorrow either. So that there's this
Yeah.
whole like gorging idea, and it's like taken for granted that they don't cook. And then the TV show literally ends with the two of the Gilmore girls hanging out while Luke cooks for them in the background. Anyway,
Yep.
do you agree with that analysis of the world making? Um, and again, are we supposed to sort of critique that, do you think, or just take it for granted and think that that's normal?
I think you're meant to critique it. But I will also say this, though, for the writers. While there was such a huge emphasis on how unhealthy those two girls were, they also showed all the other things, right? Luke running a very lucrative business for himself in that small town, being one of the only people who fed them home cooked meals. Same for Suki and Jackson and all of Jackson's, produce. I love it when Jackson comes on screen and him and Suki argue about a vegetable that he thinks she should just use and she doesn't want it.
Mhm. She like rolls
Because
the
she
peach
wanted
on the
something else.
ground and it's unlevel and it's not up to her standards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think they didn't necessarily balance it, but
Mhm.
they do throw the other things into light, cooking and fresh produce and buying locally.
Right.
Dosey's Market, things like that. They just didn't balance it very well. I think
Right.
they could have done better with that.
Unless the lack of balance is supposed to point towards the fact that Lorelai and Rory, in their own way, are still like the upper class of Stars Hollow, who get to not engage with the realities of food production and labor,
True.
unless
True.
that's how you're supposed to interpret it.
Yeah. Yeah. Jackson gets the short end of that stick. That poor guy pours his whole life into his plants.
Mhm.
And the only one who loves them is Suki.
Mhm. And arguably, yeah, and yeah, it's fitting that they get married and have a baby and multiple babies, I guess. Okay, so that's out of the six topics, six, maybe seven. So we kind of covered food. Now let's touch on politics. I feel like part of what the show presents is like the grandparents are basically Republicans. I feel like it's mentioned they're like Nixon fans or whatever. And then
Hmm.
Lorelai's freedom means that she's a Democrat.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's a kind of part of what Lorelai and Rory have is just a kind of milquetoast Democrat ethos. And again, are we meant to judge them for it? Or like because my conspiracy theory, the show ends, I looked it up. The show ends approximately when all sorts of people we're as a nation, we're learning that Obama is going to be the Democratic nominee. And part of me is like, how many young women are supposed to translate their feelings onto the Gilmore Girls, onto Obama? Because Rory
Goes on the
leaves,
Obama
leaves her
campaign trail.
love. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it ends.
I don't want to sound
That's the
like a
job she gets.
conspiracy theorist, but like it lines up. So my point is, do you think the show is low-key Democrat propaganda?
Huh. The only reason I feel like I can confidently say no, because I don't think the whole show is. Those
Sure.
last four episodes, though, and the way that it ends, absolutely. Their Democratic leanings are there in your
Okay.
face.
Yeah. Right. And having rewatched it, I feel like around the time Rory starts going to college, or really her senior year, there's like a shift where like politics does start getting talked about. And
Yeah,
sometimes
I guess
in
the
this like
later years.
when she's applying to the colleges and they're going to ask about politics, she's like, I'm going to talk about how Hillary Clinton is so inspiring. And then that same episode, there's a recruiter like, don't tell us that Hillary Clinton is so inspiring. Everybody thinks that.
So again, I think that was the writers trying to create a balance where they could show, much like the healthy and unhealthy eating displayed in the show, that you could have either political leaning and still have good relationships.
Mhm.
I guess that's how I
Well,
see
and
it.
East Coast old money elites tend to be Democrats.
True.
So maybe that's just sort of baked into a certain extent. Like this is the reality of the way they would think, that kind of paternalistic Democrat, blue blood.
But Spencer's argument is that the grandparents are Republican.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
I think in the show that is a topic that why
it
Laura
is. They
and
actually
Emily are just so
established that.
different
Okay.
and can't see the world at all the same way.
Okay.
Although, man,
Hmm.
you saying that and me like heavily thinking about Richard, I struggle to believe that that man was a Republican.
Because
I think Emily probably was, but she wouldn't have necessarily been if her husband wasn't, because that's just, I mean, the hierarchy of their family.
Mhm.
Huh.
But I will say, even like Republicans, when they were doing it, would have been moderate Republicans for
Right.
sure, right? They would have been not that indistinguishable, at least when Emily and her husband got started, from Democrats.
Right.
Then the bifurcation starts later on. By the time you get to Obama, it's like very clear, and there's a big difference between Republicans at that time and Republicans back in
Oh,
the
yeah.
what 50s and 60s when they were getting their start.
Like the Rockefeller Republicans.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe that's what you're picking up on. They would have been socially minded and, capable of entertaining higher taxes and various things like that.
Yeah.
So
Huh. Now I'm
so
going to watch. Now this particular round of the Gilmore Girls is going to be
yeah.
dedicated to politics. Thanks, Spencer.
Sure. Well, let's go to the religion part. Again, cynical or not, I feel like almost without I'm firmer on this than the politics question. Whenever a religious person comes into it, which is usually just he appears to be a Catholic priest and there's a rabbi. But like whenever religion comes up to me, it's kind of like, again, is this intentional or not? It's treated in this kind of like ironic, detached way.
Hmm.
Or like the priest and the rabbi, they're hanging out, but they're kind of being like ironic. Like there's no like religious person who's like actually pious, except for Kim's mom.
Oh, yeah,
And and
Mrs. Kim.
e
Whew.
well, and even her when Lane's getting married and the grandma
And they
comes
have to
from
do
the
the
old
whole
country.
other ceremony. Yeah, for her
Right.
grandma.
And like the Buddha statue, the ultra hardcore Seventh-day Adventist mom, who for sure is not allowed to like bow to the statue of Buddha because that's apostasy. She does it. And
Right.
she's the only she's the most religious person in the show. And then other times, like it's mixed, like Lane's supposed to be Seventh-day Adventist, but she has like a crucifix above her bed. And again, part of me is like, is this meant to like indoctrinate you into, I'm not trying to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but it's almost like a crypto anti-religious secular message that like religion is not to be taken seriously.
Oh, see, and I guess I take it as more of like a inclusivity kind of thing where
Okay,
it
I
doesn't
keep
matter what you are. They're still going to like you and be your friend.
sure.
It doesn't matter that the pastor or pastor and the rabbi share the church and
Right.
argue
'Cause
about
all you
different
have to do is take
things.
the cross down and put the Star of David up, and now,
And now it's your sermon, your service.
um,
And Catholic has nothing to do with it. I think they were going for more of an inclusive thing, but they are pretty flippant about religion. Because I mean, even Lane, she follows it because her mom scares the living daylights out of her, you know? But, and I think she buys into some of it, but not all of it.
mhm, sure.
Again, though, that's based on her fear of her mom. Not necessarily, I think, her own free will. It's more
Genuine.
of my mom scared me so much growing up that I believe in certain things, but maybe I'm not totally on board for all of it.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
Yeah,
I
so
think they're,
maybe this town is just like ultra cool from the kind of modern perspective of they're all getting along and everybody tolerates everybody else and kind of the message that all religions are basically aiming at the same thing.
yeah.
You can look at that two different ways. I mean, it's the same thing. You guys, I think, are talking about the same thing. Spencer's seeing it as kind of like disrespectful of any given religion. But,
Mhm.
and then the other side of the coin is, oh, we're all respecting each other by not taking this all too seriously, I think. Do I capture that right, you guys?
I think
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Food, politics, religion. What else you got on there?
Well, we've kind of already
She's armed and ready.
let's do another pass at these. We've already talked about these next two, but the intergenerational thing. Uh, I'm still, to me, where I think the writers mean it is like I feel like they kind of are mapping. If the parents are these kind of like 50s, 60s Rockefeller Republicans, right, liberal types, then Lorelai fits in. Isn't she supposed to be born? She's supposed to be like 32 when the show starts in 2000, right? Something like that.
Yes,
Right.
32. I was like 18 plus 16. Yes,
Right.
32.
So then where it's like historically where it's like very on the nose, if she's 32 in 2000, that means she was zero in 1968, which is like the kind of stereotypical like when's the center point of the 60s cultural revolution? When was Woodstock? When were the uprisings in Paris? It was 1968. And Lorelai, I feel like, is this very like new left character, new left, where it's like we're not gonna like be about like the working class and revolution. We're about like following our bliss, being authentic, um, while still probably being subsidized by mommy and daddy money.
Right.
And then and then Rory is treated as she's kind of raised by the postmodern mother who's not trying to be this authoritarian figure. She's trying to be your friend. And
Yeah.
right. So she's living in this coddled kind of Mr. Rogers neighborhood world where she's like the big fish in the small pond. Does that obviously you've watched it 20 times. Does that feel like an accurate representation of the show?
I mean, yes, in terms of Lorelai's rebellious free spirit, like, yes.
Mhm.
But I also think that one of the biggest reasons why she did what she did with Rory was her constant feeling growing up of kind of being alone. Not just because she was an only child, but because she was forced to fit into a box that her parents wanted her to, and she constantly rebelled against that, right? So I think her vision then for Rory was the it takes a village mentality because she wanted her to have so much support that she had no idea what it would feel like to be alone, which in turn created a Rory that was happy sitting in her room, probably for an entire weekend, reading a book.
Mhm.
So in a way, it kind of backfired because even though, I wouldn't necessarily say Rory's just some huge introvert. She's obviously able to be very social in her small town, but I think certain things about what Lorelai tried to rebel against that her parents wanted her to do backfired on how she raised Rory. Because she wanted the community and the friendship and the support. And while she got it, I think Rory found it overwhelming, whereas Lorelai was like, everybody here loves me. And this is great.
Mhm. Would you say that Rory is, I mean, my impression was Rory's just too like emotionally dependent on her mom, even as
Mhm.
an
Oh, yeah.
adult, and that there's something kind of unnatural about that. So that's a parenting mistake kind of in Lorelai's case.
Oh, yeah. I would definitely agree with that.
Yeah, she should have pushed her out of the nest. She should have, not been her best friend so that she could find more substantial relationships elsewhere, right? That's probably part of her man problem,
Oh,
right? Like
100%.
how she doesn't need them that bad, right? Yeah.
Yep.
But that's,
Except
yeah,
except she does.
for, I mean,
Validation, I think, more than anything. Because yeah,
yeah.
I mean, Lorelai doesn't need a man. She wants one. But then for whatever length of time that she has the one she wants, she starts to not want them anymore, which is why it took so long for her to come to the conclusion of Luke.
Mhm.
Because
Mhm.
she knew deep down that once she chose him, there was no going back from that. Not really.
And why do you think
Right.
that is?
Because of the imprint that he left on her life in so many ways more than romantic.
Mhm.
I mean, he was her main source of food and caffeine. Um,
Stability.
the person that she called every time something broke.
Mhm.
And even sometimes the person she didn't call him, he was still there to fix it. I mean, in a way, Luke, I don't want to say he gaslit her because he didn't, but like he made himself everything that she needed. But I don't think he necessarily did it consciously. It's also just who Luke is as a character. But
Mhm.
she rebelled against it so much because then she just couldn't be whatever she wanted to be all the time. She
Which
was then
was
tied down. And that was the
which
thing she
was
tried.
what?
I have no idea. She doesn't know either.
Okay.
She just wanted to be free. She wanted to be able to make her own decisions all the time with no one else's opinion.
Uh,
And I think that's why all of her other relationships failed. Because the second she got someone else's opinion, she pulled back in every relationship, even the one with Luke. Because when she started voicing her opinion about like what he should do with April, he embraced that. He embraced the conversation and her input and tried to talk to her about it. But because he didn't cave to it, they fought.
yeah.
Because she got so used to her own opinion being the right opinion.
So that
Partially
would,
because that's how, I mean, Rory treats her too. It's very codependent.
yeah,
She can't make a decision unless her mom has given her opinion as well.
right. So that would be your interpretation. You're saying if you watch the show, the relationships fall apart when Lorelai is not going to fully get it her way in the
Mhm.
relationship.
Compromise is not something Lorelai can do. She's not good at it.
Mhm.
Not until way later.
Well, even that, to me, the joke of, like, what's my problem with Lorelai? It takes the entire show for her to, well, it takes a huge part of the show for her to begin dating Luke. And then it
Ex-
takes till the end of the show for her to, I mean, it's kind
There
of,
you go.
it's a light cliffhanger, but basically, are they going to date again? And then it takes the whole other show to decide to marry him, even though she's been with him for a decade when the show hasn't been running.
I know. I maintain that the showmakers wanted us all to feel slightly insane because of loving the
Hmm.
show.
I feel it. Hence my confusion about, like, why are we watching this? This is,
Maybe it's meant to be contemplative, like you're not supposed to be like, because to me, like most shows that keep me going are ones where there's kind of a cliffhanger, and then that's resolved in the next exact episode, right? Not somewhere meandering along the way after several years, right? And so
you
this
have to you
show,
have to get into the season's mindset.
yeah,
Yeah.
right. Yes. Yeah. So, but if it was taken to be contemplative, as in you're kind of meditating upon generational relationships and, freedom and dependency and various things like that, I can see where it could be interesting and useful.
It's also one of
And
those
that's where I
shows,
tend to
though,
go.
where you can watch it 20 times and still not feel like you've ever seen it all.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
there's so much in every episode. There's so many storylines that happen in this show. You wonder about Emily and Richard and Lorelai and whoever she's dating, and eventually, Luke and April. What are they doing when they're not in an episode? Because you know they exist. Kirk and his girlfriend, like, and certain episodes. I remember a few years back, there was like I don't even know, 6 episode stretch where Taylor was not in it. Um, and it dawned on me like halfway through those episodes, I was like, man, Taylor Dosey has not popped up in a very long time. Is he like being replaced? And I knew he wasn't, but it made you wonder. I Googled it once. He had some kind of medical procedure and was out for like 6 episodes. But I don't know if everyone else is like that, but there's just so much to watch in this show that you almost have to watch it multiple times in order to really catch everything that they say or do or that happens to another character. And that's what I mean. They keep you on the hook. Because you're right, most
Yeah.
shows, if they leave you on a cliffhanger, they resolve it in the next episode. Not Gilmore Girls. Sometimes
No,
it
No.
takes them
they
four
leave you on the hook for
episodes.
seasons. It's the opposite. It's like nothing's happening in the Stars Hollow and all, very slowly. I mean, my joke is like some of the storylines, like it takes an entire season for a woman's feeling towards one of the love interests to shift. Not even
Yep.
like change, but just the shift from one boy to another.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I mean, is that realistic? Is that like a depiction of the way a lot of people do kind of make their decisions? They kind of just meander along until somehow it becomes
They
obvious.
truly
Maybe
decide.
that's, yeah, it's like real time action, realistic action, maybe.
I also have to wonder if one of the reasons that the showmakers did that is because since it was such a heavily like feminine female empowerment kind of show, that they also wanted to show that while Lorelai had many boyfriends, she didn't necessarily, I mean, even with cheating scandals and sleeping with whoever, she didn't really, it wasn't like she had a new man every other day. You know, she dated each of those people long term.
Right. It's much more of like a teen version of Sex in the City. They're not just like having one night stands, but
Right.
but you can still see, and this would be one of the last topics I want to talk about is like morals slash virtues. And I don't want to dwell too much on this, mostly because it's so obvious, but like baked into the sauce of the show is a kind of post-sexual revolution. Like sex isn't, I think what's implicit in the show is sex isn't sort of like the full flowering of the relationship. Sex is like a tool for Lorelai and Rory to process how they feel about a boy.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. And and yes,
Which
it's
is not exactly a good lesson to teach, for the record. Even as a lover of the show, I thought about that a lot. Like, now you know how you feel because you just spent the night with it.
Mhm.
It's terrible.
Right.
Right.
And what is and to me where there's a kind of like naivete about it, or like there's still this like residual kind of conservative or religious conception of sex is like, what you find out after you have sex? That you're like, it doesn't solve all your problems. Like the gaping existential hole in your soul is not like fully fulfilled.
Which is why I felt so bad for Lane. Because of the way that she watched Rory and Lorelai live their lives. She felt no qualms necessarily about waiting until marriage. Until she waited until marriage and was like, why didn't you tell me how horrible that was? And both of them were like, what? Why? Why was it horrible? Because while they flitted around the subject, they didn't actually tell Lane things that she potentially needed to know to make better informed decisions, maybe for her life. So I thought that that full circle moment was just, it made you feel so bad for Lane Kim.
Right. Well, and
She
also
gets
it's
back.
like the hypocrisy of the Gilmore Girls, so that as much as they would say they're like radically open and truthful and whatever,
They didn't tell everyone everything.
mhm, even
Honestly,
Rory.
Rory was kind of a really bad friend to Lane. Very selfish. Rory is so selfish.
Mhm. Briefly, when we were talking on the phone trying to like get set up for this interview, you made the argument that like when you watch the show, you wish Rory would have a sibling.
Oh, yeah.
You said something, yeah, expand
She
on
would
that.
not have been nearly as self-centered because she couldn't have been. That's like the beauty of having siblings, I think, is that the focus can't be on you unless you have a really bad parent who doesn't care about your siblings. But, and I think it would have been interesting to see how Lorelai's character would have changed if she had had another child.
Or if Lorelai had had another sibling too,
True.
and maybe she would
Very
have learned
true.
how to compromise.
Yep. She would have been forced to.
Spencer, I don't feel like you've like I don't know if this is the right time, but I don't feel like you've fully like confronted the central thesis that you told me about when you were first telling me about watching this show, which is that it seemed to you to be an anti-feminist show or a show that proves that perhaps women, I don't know exactly how you put it, but more or less, if these are the women that represent liberation, maybe women's liberation wasn't all it was cracked up to be. So do you want to like bring that
That's
out? Because I feel like that's missing and it sort of poses the question very starkly. So could
It
you
definitely
could you
sounds like something Spencer would say. So, Spencer,
yeah.
it's your
Yeah,
time to shine, man.
I think
Uh-huh.
Lori, I think she did a decent. I can phrase it again and put it in more hyperbolic terms. Uh,
That sounds good because it needs to come from you since it's
it
coming from
started
you.
I was plumbing in a basement with Nick. We spent like 4 hours talking about this show. Um, because Nick was married and he had adopted the wife's sisters when the show was coming out, when you're first watching it. And I was telling him how I'd watched Gilmore Girls. We're getting covered in plastic and dust and whatever as we're working in the basement talking about Gilmore Girls. And his wife was like a raging, like the definition of like a feminazi. Like she worked, if you've ever seen Portlandia, there's like a feminist bookstore. It's like Women and Women First or something like that. Anyway, his wife worked at that bookstore. Anyway,
Oh,
and he was telling me how this show was like inspirational. It's like second or third wave feminism. I can never remember the distinction, but Gloria Steinem, like women should be able to choose their lives. And I was like, man, I feel like the subtext of the show is that like Lorelai and Rory ruin their lives. And kind of what you said about like Luke, that like at the end of the day, they like a guy who takes care of them, cooks for them, fixes the house, will pay to have the termites fixed. Like just to me on the face of it, like I realize it's not like it's slapping you over the head, but if you're really watching it, unless I'm insane, if you're really watching it, it's like if somebody wanted to demonstrate in a story, like this is what women are like, if they're off the chain, they'll lead boys on, they'll waste everybody's time, they'll waste their own time. Uh, and then to me, it was a total like mind trip or like a like whiplash to be like, no, this is good. I'm like, what? This is good? So,
yeah, I mean, I would not call them role models necessarily.
mhm,
But I think one of the beautiful things about the show is that you do watch them grow. I
mhm.
mean, ultimately, you do. Uh, I mean, the best character development really is probably Emily Gilmore. Um,
I agree.
truly.
I agree.
But even if you just watched it for her growth, there's a lot of beautiful lessons there. So, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't recommend this as like a these are my kind of women kind of show necessarily.
Sure.
Um, but I don't know. I think it does a better job of showing different life lessons than a lot of other shows of the same time did.
Hmm.
Like, I mean, just ge in general, the confrontation of it all. They're very confrontational ladies. So a big lesson there is stand up for yourself. Unfortunately, the lesson they also taught was stand up for yourself, even if you're wrong, um,
Right.
which is not great. But I mean, I don't know. I guess that's one of the things I like about Gilmore Girls. I definitely see where you're coming from, though, Spencer. Like, yeah, I would not, this is not a show I would recommend to people and be like, I love them. Everyone should be like them. No, that would be crazy.
Yeah.
Um, but if you wanted a decent enough show to watch and see life lessons unfold in a way that is generally realistic in a lot of ways, then I think it's good for that.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah, which I think that is a more like having as I started to rewatch it to get ready for this. Yeah, if you treat it as like it's not a dualistic show, it's not just celebrating all women, or it's
Right.
not, my suspicion of like crypto misogyny. Uh, if it's meant to be this more contemplative, imagine you are the weather watching Gilmore Girls as the seasons go on, and then you restart it, and you just watch. Yeah, like then you can see like, oh, this person, everybody's in these kind of morally vexed situations, and then they all have their feelings, and then that makes them react in ways that are better or worse. Um,
Yeah.
so.
Hmm. In which case, it's more just people living their lives, not so much representative of women. So people who kind of maybe initially took this as third wave feminist representation or whatever, just wrong. I mean, that's not how you're supposed to take the show. Would you say, Taylor?
Yeah. I mean, that's not how I would hope that's not how most people take the show. But I
Right.
also
I
think you
mean,
got to watch it more than once to really be able to appreciate it more.
Mhm.
If I had just ever watched it once, I would have very different opinions of this show. It probably would have
Yeah.
just driven me crazy.
Hmm.
Well, the sexual freedom part kind of like probably goes along with that, right? Like that's maybe a part that if you were trying to identify it with more contemporary feminism might be
Yeah,
representative of that. But the rest of it, like just that the women never do like totally escape dependency, right, on other people's money. That they aren't necessarily like successful in their jobs or in business. Not completely. I guess Lorelai is somewhat successful. Um, it clashes with at least the earlier view of feminism that there needs to be success. So, like, you need to be truly independent. You need to be able to do it for yourself. You need to like get a job that is meaningful and so on and so forth, right? Um, and they don't there's not a lot of that going on in the show.
yeah, I
Which this
agree.
my brother's argument, and he claims if you watch whatever the lady's name is, Sherman Palladino or Pellegrino or whatever, the writer of the first six seasons in the Netflix show.
Oh, oh, oh.
Amy, maybe? Amy Sherman Pellegrino?
Yeah.
Palladino? My brother's claim is that I'm picking it up on it's yeah, if either it's like a kind of non-dual moral view or it's crypto. What I think is crypto misogyny is actually like class-based resentment. And he claims the point of the show, and it's borne out by her other work, is to make you judge rich people. And that's part of it. On watching it again, like I feel like Richard and Emily both in their like interactions with the upper class, like they really don't come along well or come across well. Like rich people are seen to be just kind of like domineering and fake and backbiting. I feel like that is a consistent like motif in the show. Agree,
Oh,
disagree,
yeah.
halfway agree.
No, I would agree. But I also think, I mean, I think that's mostly why like Emily's character development is so important. And even Richard in certain aspects, I think later on finds out, especially after he's ousted, right? Finds out that a lot of his mentality towards those men that he worked with and towards the society that he was in were like messed up. That he came to resent some of those men and a lot of those situations, whether it was when he was ousted or when the Huntsbergers didn't think Rory was a suitable girlfriend or otherwise for Logan. Their opinion of high society changed a little bit, but it
Mhm.
still didn't change the interpretation of high society in the show.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like that. This is where like the show is compelling, is that like you get to see the view of some of this stuff from like three generations
Mm.
and see how it like slightly impacts their character and their character development. Um, well, anyway, I think in the topics I wanted to hit were the intergenerational stuff, the class stuff, and like moral slash virtues, which I feel like we've touched on in all sorts of ways. Is there anything else you would like to say about either of those any of those topics? All right.
I
Well,
had one more question of Taylor, which is just if you had to tell somebody um, to watch it today, if you were saying, yeah, this is a show worth watching and watching through all those seasons like you have done so many times, what is like, what is the top thing that you would say? What's the selling point to other people? Maybe especially people, Gen Z people, or, people who might not have seen the show before or had a heard of it.
Oh man. I mean, the last person I told to watch it was Sarah, who hated it. And I will say, when I told her, I described it as a big emphasis on mother-daughter relationships, because I think it is. Um, I also told her, I said, there's a lot of poor decision making that drives you crazy and a lot of characters that will make you want to shut it off. I said, but if you stick with it, I said, if you can make it past season one, you'll want to watch the rest of it. If you can't make it past season one, you won't want to watch the rest of it. And like I said, she made it two, maybe three episodes in, and she just could not hang. Um,
Mm.
but I don't know. I mean, do you guys feel that I think it was relevant for the time it was made. Not so much now.
Mhm. And
Yeah.
why do you think it's irrelevant now?
Because the world's not like that anymore
Yeah.
in a lot of ways.
Okay. Make the art to me the most annoying thing about it to me is that I feel like the world is still like that. But I guess it
Wow.
depends on how you define what you focus on.
I say it's not like that. It's worse.
Okay, I would agree with
Like the
that.
world is worse today.
Mhm.
So a lot of the like problems, like teenage problems, right? Teenage moral dilemmas that Rory had prior to college.
Yeah.
Kids aren't having those struggles are times 1,000 right now.
I mean, I just hung
Um,
out with 15 high schoolers from a Catholic high school, and they were telling
okay.
me about clavicular microdosing meth and getting frame mogged by a guy. Like
Yeah.
how they chud max.
Yeah, so like I said, it's not the same because things today are much worse. If you look at like Rory going to Chilton, if her being called Mary and having a girl named Paris outsmart her at every turn was the worst of her problems,
Mhm.
that's nothing compared to kids today's problems.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, even same for Lorelai. You run a small inn and some big corporation wants you, but you like your cushy small town. Nobody would stay in their cushy small town today. They would all be taking the six-figure
Think
payout
so.
and
Mhm.
traveling.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a persuasive argument. Here's my argument for what still is evergreen is that
Oh,
my central like moral critique of Lorelai and Rory is that at the end of the day they're kind of like narcissists. Like so much of the why the boys are never enough is because they don't fully affirm you or like fully satisfy. And so they spend so much of their own time and other people's time when they could. I mean, I realize what I'm about to say is like problematic, but I mostly believe it. Like, imagine if Lorelai had just married Luke and they'd like saved money and like built up the inn. They could have had like a way better business, but instead she had to fully rely on mommy and daddy's money to expand the inn because she spent all this time serially dating guys that at some fundamental level she probably knew were not right for them.
but is that a narcissistic thing? Or is that Lorelai recognizing or failing to recognize, it could really go either way,
I
her
bet
own insecurities that would stop her from being with those men? Because it boiled down to not problems necessarily with the men. The problem was with Lorelai herself.
yeah,
And
which
Rory
is
faces the same dilemma.
right, which is to me the joke of like Team Dean, Team Jess, Team Logan is that like she's on Team Rory, and like any of these
Correct.
guys would probably have been better for her than by herself, especially because the main guy she rejects is like she stays his mistress for 10 years. Like if I wanted to make the writer, this is the crypto misogyny part of me. If I wanted to make the Watchers hate Rory, I couldn't have written something better than what she did. Like, no, I won't marry you enjoying your journalistic empire. I'm gonna go follow around Obama because he's so cool. And 10 years later, you're gonna be cheating on your fiance with
Soon
me.
to be wife, yeah.
Right.
She just hates success. She just hates success. She
And
turns
then
down every opportunity.
to me, this is also my theory that it's meant to tap into the female id that like and still Logan, this isn't fully said, but I think it's a plausible read. Logan would
Hmm.
still probably leave the fiance
Oh,
for
100%.
yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Even though she's like failed at journalism and she's kind of floundering. He would still
And I
leave
think
theirs.
the thing is, to an extent, none of Rory didn't deserve a lot of those men, and neither did Lorelai, because of her own, I mean, self-made inadequacies.
Mhm.
Because of this strong desire for independence, she held herself back from every relationship she had. She was the flaw, for the most part, in each of those relationships. And Rory's the same.
Right. And meanwhile, at the end of the day, the joke of it to me, not that if you're just like if you're at like a Lorelai and Rory level of consciousness, you can't see it. They are wildly dependent. They are dependent on all of the like privilege, financial, genetic, historical that they inherited from the Gilmore name. And they are relying on basically being able to be these like big fish in the small pond that is Stars Hollow.
Yep.
And then they get to walk around in a haze trying to figure out what will totally fulfill them. And the answer, of course, is nothing ever will, and adulting is accepting that. Uh, and that here's my argument why this is still evergreen. I feel like so many people are still, I feel like we're basically in a way, even though in a lot of ways things are worse. Most of the people I run into and most of my failed attempts to work at like community gardening with people is people saying, well, this doesn't fully fulfill me. This isn't my Luke. I'm out there looking for this enterprise or this activity or this social situation that will fully gratify me. And what I actually see is a situation that needs a lot of time, labor, compromise, sacrifice. And it's actually easier to float away.
Yeah, it's easier to move on. It's easier to move on
Hmm.
and do something else. That's what Gilmore Girls teaches you with all of their relationships.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Something about this one's not working. I'll find another.
Hmm. And as long as you're a skinny, beautiful, secretly rich woman.
Secretly rich. Yeah, that was also, I would say for me, it was like an annoyance throughout the whole thing. Because several times throughout the series, she's like, well, I'm not rich. Goes and lives in her grandparents' penthouse and has
Right.
a chef, you know?
Sure.
Yeah. Personally, maybe her bank account wasn't huge, but she had this familial wealth that she just knew was always there.
Yep.
So, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and
She
just
was secure. She's insecure as
Right.
a person, but she was financially secure from the moment she met her grandparents.
Mhm.
Right. Well, I mean, underlying all this and kind of tapping into what Spencer was saying about, just in order to be like interested in something like contributing to community gardening or whatever, you have to be thinking of something higher than yourself, more important, more lasting. You're contributing something that's going to outlast you or make some bigger contribution to the world. And that's what seems to be lacking with these folks too, is that they're into the authenticity and self-fulfillment,
Hmm.
finding their bliss and expressing their own, like, yeah, basically expressing themselves and finding their unique pleasure or whatever. They don't have those higher goals.
Which mostly
Right.
involves being like consumers. Like as especially earlier on in the show, it's like binging on movies and junk food and
Yeah. Hmm.
but where it's tough is like this is like a kind of Rockefeller Republican talking point about like we live in a society, we have to sacrifice, we have to like do like in a way like this argument, like Richard and Emily Gilmore and Taylor Dozy, this is kind of their argument about like there's rules. There's
Yeah.
like there's got to be order. There's got to be,
There are rules.
there are rules. Or if we live in a society of Gilmore girls, maybe there aren't. Or there's rules above us, but we're not worried about that. We're just running around
We're
and
not, we're
mm,
not conforming to rules.
mhm. But
So
are
has
they
he ruined
really?
it
Are
for
they
you
are they
too?
conforming to the most substantial rules?
No.
Yeah. But okay, that said, do you think this way of looking at the show does this like risk ruining the magic? Or are we
Yeah.
doing, are we like grinding up the rose and like running it through a machine and like cutting the magic out of what makes a rose smell so pretty? Have we done that for Gilmore Girls?
Not for me. But I think that's because I am a perspectives person, right? So really, I can watch any episode from six different lenses, um, and love and hate it at the same time and still want to watch it.
Mhm.
That's the beauty of my brain for me. I can see how you discussing this with Emily would make her go, I don't even want to watch it anymore.
Oh.
Yeah.
So if Emily would
Well,
like to come visit me, we can watch Gilmore Girls. I will not ruin it.
we'll
There
both
you
take a
go.
lobotomy
Girls'
before
night. Yes.
we are falls.
It's supposed to be properly enjoyed with a bottle of wine, some snacks, sitting on
Yeah.
a couch with your girlfriend.
And other women. Yeah. I mean,
Hmm.
this
I
is
mean, yeah, girlfriends. Yeah.
it's not a show for men. It's
It is a
really
married
not.
man's activity.
Although, who's your favorite male character?
Oh,
Uh, I mean, Luke is, I mean, he's kind of bland, but like Luke is cool. I mean,
Yeah, I
yeah.
mean,
I mean, Logan has a lot of positive character development. I mean, to me,
agreed.
in a way, like I'm kind of on Team Dean, low key, but I feel like in some way, Logan is like the best of Dean and Jess and Loaded.
Yeah.
So that to me is the joke of like, it's again, if I'm a writer, it's like we give Rory a good option, and well, I think Jess kind of sucks, but Emily thinks I'm basically Jess slash was in high school. Uh, anyway, you're given two options, and now you're given like a great option. Not good enough. I want to go see the world, and the world chews her up and spits her out.
Yeah. But she does it in such a fancy way because somebody else is paying for it. So
hmm.
if everything's paid for, is the chewing up and the spitting out really that harsh?
Not nearly as harsh as the rest of the 30 somethings group that's back at Stars Hollow.
Exactly.
Mhm.
And only to her sense of pride, right? Which I feel like
Right.
is a thing. Yeah. In the even the fact that she eventually, I believe, in the Netflix ending, she goes to Logan's whatever third home or fourth home or whatever to write the book, right?
Well, she
But
goes, he tries to let her to, but she turns it down. She has to go to the family home.
oh, okay, I forgot that. But she's still
Yeah.
going to some, she's going to retreat to.
Mhm. And write the
She
story
Um,
doesn't
about her
need to.
mom.
yeah, to some
Right.
beautiful, fancy location to write her book.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Not Stars
Yeah.
Hollow.
Right. Wish somebody would do that for me. I wish my next book needs to be written on the seaside villa. I mean, that would be
Right?
fantastic. Yeah, I could gain a lot of
Something with
inspiration.
fantastic views.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
So Spencer, you have watched all of it, right?
yes.
Very
I,
good.
I would say I watched the whole thing 1.5 times.
Well,
So
I have not,
I've seen that's my main,
just parts.
when you meet old married couples and they're like grizzled and they're like, you don't know what marriage is like until, whatever, you've had kids. But the only thing I've got, Gilmore Girls. And
And you can say I
managing,
know what marriage is like because we watched Gilmore Girls.
I mean, that's some shit.
I cannot believe you went on a date with another couple and said, unless you're married, don't do it, man.
To marry
Don't
me
you
off.
Oh,
watch that Gilmore Girls?
Yep.
mm.
If you're a dude watching it, you'd better be married or gay. Yeah.
Whoa.
But that, but that's part of for me that like again where like I kind of enjoy the show, but I would never both before watching it and having after watch it after, I know what it is. I know what I'm getting into.
You wouldn't have chosen it for yourself
No.
upon watching a preview.
If I was gonna what the kids call Chud Max, I would never watch Gilmore Girls ever again.
Yeah.
I
Well,
can
I mean, the only reason I'm rewatching it now is because actually, like a week or so ago, Chris, my boyfriend, said, should we watch Gilmore Girls again? And I was like,
mm,
You'll hear
What
no
that means?
complaint from me,
You
but
know what
you
that
want
means?
to watch it?
Are you sure
We
you aren't
watched the
dating a
first
gay
episode
guy?
and he went downstairs.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
What we do
I
is,
was going to say, are you sure you aren't dating a gay guy? But at least he went downstairs. That's good. That's
Yeah,
good.
we watched the first episode and he was like, "All right, I'm gonna go play a game." And I was like, "Can I keep watching or am I
That is
only
what you
allowed
want
to
to hear.
watch this with you now?"
That's our compromise. I'll play a game while we watch it, or like I'll listen to it.
well,
Fair.
it's very common in my experience. Like when I get together with my girlfriends to watch, like whether it's Grey's Anatomy or whatever it's like gonna be on TV. Most of the time we've watched it before, and most of the time we're not actually watching it. We're talking.
Right. It's just
You know,
background
we
noise.
Yeah, we occasionally check in and like, oh, that's interesting. I remember that. And then we're right back to talking about whatever the latest, romance or whatever it is that's going on in our lives, right? And
100%.
yeah, that's about it, right? So I think maybe that definitely that would be sort of like sports for guys, although I know you don't do that, Spencer, but like a lot of guys, I think they turn on a game, but they're really there like getting together with their guy friends,
Oh
having a
yeah.
beer and bonding, right?
Or
It's an
or
excuse.
today's day and age, they turn on the game because, well, they bet on it, but they're
Oh yeah,
not really
right, yeah.
invested in watching.
They don't know
They
how
just
it
want to know if they
works.
won money.
Yeah, yeah,
Maybe
right.
that's just my brothers.
They seem to
Talk
be
about a
getting
whole
rich
nother
without
level.
understanding it.
Talk about a whole nother level of civilizational decline.
I know.
The gambling.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know.
13-year-olds gambling, yeah. It's
We should put
crazy.
money down on how long until there's a Gilmore Girls reboot. And who is you want to hear my theory about who
I
the
don't
baby
think they're
daddy is?
doing it. It's Logan. You already told me your theory, I think, but it's definitely Logan. If it's not
That's what
Logan,
I think.
Actually, rewatching the Netflix show, my theory doesn't work so great. I think it's
oh,
off. I think
Logan's the
time-wise,
last
it
person that
doesn't
she
match the
sleeps with.
reproductive season.
right.
He's the last guy she sleeps with. So it's going to be Logan. And then she would face the dilemma. Like now he probably breaks up with his wife or girlfriend or whoever it
Fiance.
is. Yeah, fiance, and offers to marry her. Is she going to take that offer or be a single mom? You
Or
know?
does he because he risks getting disinherited?
Oh,
I don't think he
I think
would.
he would do it. Yeah, I don't think he would either.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And
I think,
here's the
well,
real question. Here's the real Gilmore Girls question. Even if he would she let him? Or would Rory still stay on Team Rory?
oh, well, honestly, that's the reason why I think they ended it the way they do. It's because whoever the dad is, Rory's not telling him.
Hmm. Right. Yeah,
Because she's
probably.
not 16 and pregnant. She's 32 and pregnant
Hmm.
for the first time. And she could do it herself without the help of a man.
Especially if mommy and grandmommy are going to be around to subsidize.
Yep.
But Logan is
What a
like
story of
the
female
hottest
empowerment.
guy on that show. I mean, anybody who turns Logan down is
Yeah.
kind of dumb.
Especially just because of his character development. I mean, he really
Yeah.
does come a long way from their first meeting. Because when Logan is introduced in the show, you're like, all right, we can kick him out anytime. Like he is
Hmm.
kind of a prick, waving his money around. He's not nice to people, and he's not very self-aware. And then
Okay.
that
And
all changes.
Yeah.
and
Seems
then
like a guy with some depth.
Yeah.
and then I haven't really thought about this. Does it just change because Rory is so pretty and he wants to
Yeah.
be good enough for her? Like, why does he change?
I mean, I think there's something to be said for the arguments that he and Rory have made him want to change a little bit. Because I mean, obviously something about Rory resonated with him in a way that made him feel like he needed to grow up a little bit. Um, but not entirely. I mean, it takes him a good long while, and the argument could be made that he really didn't grow up all that much since he was cheating on his fiance with her. But
That's a good
I
point.
also think that that's a testament to the way he loved her. I mean, she graduated college and he was ready for
And how, for
whatever
me,
she wanted to do with her life, as long as she would still be with him. And she chose not to do that for whatever weird reason she had. She wanted to make something of herself. That backfired. I mean, she made a name enough for herself, but what it doesn't show us is just how many, handouts she got on the ride to being able to freelance, the way she did in those last 4 episodes. But even Logan says in those episodes, one of them, my dad read whatever piece and he thought it was great. So to me that highlights, I think, what you said, Lori, which is I don't think he would lose anything. I don't think he would be disowned if he chose Rory over this woman he's supposed to marry. Because his dad did eventually come to respect Rory in some way.
Hmm. Yeah, I
And
think
then
she makes big mistake there. And also turning down the teaching job that she's offered. I mean, that's a great compromise in a way. It's like, okay, now you get your independence that you wanted. You're highly respected. You
Mm-hmm.
you can start, you can still concentrate on your writing, but now with some pride that you are kind of financing yourself, you know.
Yeah.
And she doesn't even think about it. She doesn't even spend 2 minutes thinking about it.
but
Yep.
this is my cynical theory, though, is like, to what extent is that what makes her so attractive to these boys? Is that they sense in some way they can't have her. Just like Lorelai with so many of these guys.
Oh, I mean, yeah, in a way, I think that was kind of their appeal. In a really ugly, unhealthy way, though. And again, it has nothing to do with the guys. It's more of a, for lack of a better term, an inadequacy in them that they identify but refuse to name out loud. So I think that
You
they
think they
think they're
do
doing,
identify. You think it's they're aware. That's how you read
oh,
it.
yeah. But I think in their heads, they think they're doing a noble thing
Hmm.
by cutting someone loose instead of dragging them down with them. I think that's how Lorelai viewed herself through the whole stinking show in regard to Luke, was that Luke was too good for her. That she'd had so many failed relationships that she didn't want to drag Luke into one and somehow ruin his life. Which is a really
Mhm.
selfish way of thinking on their parts, um, to an extent.
And
But I mean,
maybe didn't want to lose him either from
right.
what she had, right? That she still could have him in her life.
Hmm.
I'm in the friend
Yeah.
zone.
Mm-hmm.
Right. All right. So one last question, because this is what keeps me up at night. So we're all
Okay.
more or less agreeing about our what we take to be a mature view of this show. How many people, for every one of us, how many people out there are like, Lorelai is my hero?
Too many.
Too many? I
Probably.
I think one is too many. But like I'm afraid it's like 80% of the fan base.
The only reason this is funny to me that you bring it up is because, obviously our phones listen to us. And I've never followed or posted anything about the Gilmore Girls on like my Facebook, for example.
Mhm.
But every single day, 3 or 4 different like I love the Gilmore Girls variety of those groups like have made their way into my news feed.
Really?
And there was one yesterday, 2 days ago, that I kind of scrolled by and I scrolled back up and read it. I should have screenshot it for you, but it just said controversial opinion. Rory's a spoiled brat and she should be everyone's least favorite character.
Yeah.
And, and the comments were just hilarious. How can you even like Gilmore Girls if you hate Rory? And I'm like, oh, there's so many other characters to enjoy. What do you mean?
Right.
Um,
Yeah, you would think the controversy opinion is that she's not a spoiled brat.
right. And
Mhm.
then because
Uh-huh.
as I was reading it, the reason I say I should have screenshot it is because you kind of said that when we talked about doing this, and you brought it up during this too. Like, are you just meant to kind of hate them? Like, is that part of the appeal? Are you supposed to hate these people?
Mhm.
Yes, it's the thing that keeps you watching for whatever reason. They're very controversial, annoying, entitled characters.
Which this goes to like, this is not my idea of relaxation.
Yeah.
Unless it's like you look at your life and you're like, my life is great by comparison. I've got my head screwed on straight, and I am independent, blah, 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 and you can kind of
I
almost
had a
feel good
relative
about yourself.
I had a relative that used to watch Phil to feel better about herself.
Oh, yeah, that would do it for
For
sure.
sure.
Uh-huh.
Or, The
Yeah.
Maury Show, or what was that other one?
Yeah.
Jerry
It's the
Springer.
Steve Wilkos show now, and it used to be,
Yeah. Jerry
Probably Jerry
Springer
Springer.
show.
yeah, Jerry Springer. They were just, fighting people on stage, and you could watch it and go, well, at least my life's not that messed up. Same for
Mhm.
you, Spence. You can watch it and go, well, at least I married a good woman. She
Mhm.
makes
Mhm.
decisions in a timely manner.
She knows more or
Yep.
less what she wants and accepts consequences.
Yep.
So you can feel good. So that'd be a reason for watching this again. Go into it this time with,
New
with that
appreciation.
intention. Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas now I have to look at it and wait for political references, you jerk.
Mhm. It's there. It'll just be another
Spencer,
layer of resentment.
this fall, Spencer, round 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
New perspective.
New perspective.
Although also go ahead and watch it 18 and a half more times, and then we can do this again. And by then you'll love it, right? Your whole
Yeah, maybe by
perspective.
then the Stockholm syndrome will have like fully metastasized.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there's a podcast called Gilmore Guys, and they go through. There's like a bunch of podcasts. I looked into this trying to figure out, do we try and interview somebody for this? There's
Yeah,
a
I just got my hair cut last week, and my hairdresser and I talked about Gilmore Girls, and I did download Scott Patterson's
I am all in.
podcast, because she said it starts with him watching the show for the first time. He'd never watched it. And he said, I did my scenes and I left. He goes, I didn't watch for how things got put together or what they were doing when I wasn't in a scene. He's like, I wasn't sitting around watching.
He's not gay.
No way. Oh my
So he has
gosh.
a whole different perspective on the show too. So I actually do want to start listening to that podcast
Yeah, that
um,
sounds interesting. Huh.
on my drives.
Well,
But
you have fun with that.
we
So.
could listen to it together, Spence. I'll send you a text. I'm starting it now. Put your headphones in. What are you doing? Is it important? Can you listen to something while you work?
How about you do that with Emily?
Ah, okay. Fair. She'd like this podcast. Well, maybe, unless you've actually ruined Gilmore Girls for her.
Yeah, I don't think I have.
That poor cat.
Zabib is
I
a
don't
Gilmore
think
Girl. Let me
I
tell
think
you.
this will probably redeem him a little bit because, I think we've gotten some good perspectives here about it. So
Yeah.
now you're better armed to have a more appropriate conversation with Emily.
Show her this. She'll like us more at the end of it.
Yeah.
Tell her to call. If she wants to love Gilmore Girls again, tell her to call me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, her argument is like it's just nice to watch other women live their lives in tune with the seasons. I do be nosy.
It's fair. It's fair.
La 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 la.
All right, for this next phase of our Gilmore Girl discussion, we have on my brother, who, what all would you say your credentials are? Like, would you call yourself a TV buff, or would you accept it if I say that you are?
I mean, I would accept TV buff. Cultural glutton.
A what glutton?
Cultural glutton.
Cultural glutton.
Sure.
It is vicious the amount of culture you consume.
Yeah.
And have you just watched the whole series once?
After this rewatch, it's probably the fourth, but I've only seen the revival I guess 1.5 times. I haven't completely finished that for this, but I have
Okay.
to check it down.
So you're
That's a
pretty
lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What made you watch them other than like your rampant gluttony? What made you watch this so many times?
Um, I would say, well, one, it's because when it came on to Netflix, I had been in my cultural gluttony, and I had always read a lot about how it was well received, all the good things, but never had the opportunity to watch it. So when it came on, I just did, and I saw the good points of it. I enjoyed it.
Well, what kept you going through the whole series? Because there's 7 seasons, and then of course we've got the revival as well.
Hmm.
Like, what was the hook or whatever that kind of kept you like, I have to watch the next season?
I just think it's a pretty well done show. The writing's well done, the characters. I enjoy sort of the domestic squabbles, the sort of generational trauma that occurs in it, per se. I enjoy it. And I can see sort of like my own life in some ways reflected in it. I'm sure Spencer could have some ideas on that as well, maybe.
Your familial trauma.
Well, just sort of the way some of the family relations work. I could see parallels in our own lives.
Uh-huh. And do you feel like either for you or for other people you know that watch this is part of the appeal? Is there like catharsis from seeing other people's drama? Does it at least like help offload your own unresolved feelings and trauma about family drama?
I mean, I can't talk to the general viewers of the show if that's what they do. I'm sure in most ways you sort of view television of like, oh, thank God my life isn't like that bad. But I also think the Gilmore Girls is generally a hopeful show. It's supposed to be viewed as fairly inspiring.
Hmm. Which I want to get more into that because I view the show as kind of, we'll come back to this after we get to the introductory questions, but I view the show as kind of cynical, or especially as it relates to like Rory.
Okay.
To me, it's like a story of her like ongoing moral degeneration.
Okay. But isn't that just the story of life?
I mean, it kind of depends on the choices we make and what circumstances
Yeah.
placed upon us.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But I guess how do you square that with seeing it as a hopeful story?
Well, I think it's more if you view it as a show marketed for teenage girls in the early 2000s, it shows, uh, sort of just like girls following their dreams, taking those risks. Sometimes they don't work out, but you still got to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Things such as those. I don't take it as cynical as you, I guess.
Fair enough.
Yeah, maybe Spencer, could you like say why you take it that way? Is it mainly her relationships or is it mainly her other life choices that make you feel that way?
Well, I mean, I would say I would think this is a less controversial. We'll start with like the less controversial, more mainstream opinion. To the extent I've looked into how the show has been received and talked with people, it sounds like women or people that watch the show, primarily women, uh, generally are way more critical of Rory as a character than like say Lorelai and Emily. And part of that is there is a sense in which she's some combination, she's seen as either spoiled, privileged, self-centered, like um, starting out as a goody two-shoes, but then making a whole bunch of bad decisions that lead her into bad places, and the gold standard example of that would be like having an affair with Dean.
Mm-hmm.
Which to some extent is like recapitulated in the Netflix special when she's having an affair with the guy that she turned down his proposal in the TV show.
Yeah, Logan.
So
Logan.
out of all the Gilmore girls, she is the one who's sort of easiest to see has like crashed her life in a way.
Yeah, but I would push back on the like crash her life. Sure, she's not making like great personal decisions, but it's not like her life is falling apart.
No, but especially when you get to me, the Netflix show, it puts it in overdrive when it's like she's basically not successful as a journalist. She's washing out of being a journalist and she has to fall back on trying to write a memoir about her mom
I
to
guess.
make it in the world of journalism.
But
Like,
she was
I grant she's not like a raving, she's not someone living on the streets raving, but she's not doing great.
I mean, she's
Well,
doing
oh, sorry. I was going to ask Connor, how do you perceive Rory being raised? Like, well, tell me about, because I've seen enough of it. I haven't watched all of it, but I've seen enough of it to know that like Emily raised Lorelai kind of like strictly ish,
Mhm.
and then Lorelai became kind of permissive parent, you might say, right? And
Yeah.
kind of emphasized the friendship factor. How do you see that? Would you agree with that general characterization? And then how do you see the way they raised their kids?
I mean, yeah, that's sort of like the whole thing. It's sort of like Emily was too strict with Lorelai, which caused Lorelai to rebel. So now she's trying not to be strict with Rory. But if you view it through that way, it's like Lorelai rebelled so much against her mother. She did all the things. She had the teenage pregnancy. She ran away from home. All these things that I'm not sure you can necessarily blame the parents for Rory doing these, making these decisions. Um, yeah, I think I might have lost track of the question there at the end.
No, no, I just wanted to know how you perceive, like, just how you would perceive how Emily and Lorelai parented. And then I guess I'm just curious, like, would you agree that Lorelai's parenting was permissive? Is that a mistake or is that like, yeah.
I'm I'm not sure I would say she was permissive just because like she still mostly acted as a parent. She was still aware of like where Rory was. And I don't know, I think it was more like Lorelai viewed she didn't have freedom as a child growing up, so she gave Rory that freedom. And I mean, throughout the show, I mean, like Rory sometimes abuses it, but it's also a show about a teenage girl and they're going to abuse their privileges.
Okay. Yeah. So it sounds like you are not willing to blame parents for the mistakes their kids makes is like one thing I'm getting from your
Uh,
reaction. Like,
I mean, yeah,
yeah,
probably. I mean, we all have
yeah,
our own agency. Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Well, and I mean, to Lorelai's credit, like the things that I'm complaining about Rory doing, or what I take to be like a consensus critique of her, like Lorelai did not, she's like, you're sleeping with a married man.
Yeah.
Both times she's having these affairs, like Lorelai does not approve, and periodically, she has to break out of the "I'm your friend" bubble into like, no,
No,
I'm
I'm your mother. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
you become untethered from reality kid. I feel like that's one of the tells, like in the show when she calls her kid.
Hmm. I can see that.
But okay, so that's stage one is Rory is like perhaps something of an anti-hero.
I mean, I think you could view any of this as an anti. I think your biggest problem I mean, like Rory is sort of like a Mary Sue. Like she's perfectly innocent. She's super smart. Everyone loves her. Like she can do horrible things, but everyone forgives her, sort of thing. But she's also sort of like who the viewer is supposed to like step in for, in my opinion, when the show was airing.
Every woman blank slate for you to project yourself onto.
Yes.
She's the protagonist. I feel that way too. She's the one that you're supposed to focus on as the person experiencing all of this.
Yeah, that's how I sort of viewed it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to like imagine if I was a teenage girl watching this, I think my perception of it would be very different. You're probably right. I would probably see it as kind of a hopeful, liberating. It might even help me to like dream about, well, maybe I can go to, where did she go? Yale or whatever, Yale. Yeah, and be a journalist. I remember watching TV shows about journalism. I wanted to be a journalist when I was a kid. So I can kind of see why it was popular with girls in that age range.
Yeah.
And specifically on the journalism tip, we can come back to this, but I feel like part of my, as I sort of humored watching the whole thing, and like my annoyance gradually built as we got to the end into the Netflix show.
Mm-hmm.
And then I feel like part of it, there's this ambient left liberalism or progressivism in the show. And to me, that's totally of a piece with the journalism, because the idea in like the 19th and 20th centuries was that, like, like in French Revolution times, the idea, a famous pamphlet that was written was the revolt of the third estate. And the first estates were the nobles, and the second estate was the clergy, and the third estate was the board. And it was famously called the revolt of the third estate. And to the extent that bourgeois society is like run by the third estate, it was seen that we need a fourth estate, journalism, objective, public opinion, intellectuals. We need this new sphere to inform the third estate about how it should be self-governing and directing itself.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, the joke of it, as you get into the Netflix show, part of what Rory always wanted was like to see the world and presumably to have a voice to like make the world a better place. And then she, just trying to find an avenue and to publish sort of think pieces that are ultimately just banal entertainment, not impact. So, would you agree with that? With at least with how the show presents itself and with that resonance?
I mean, you cut out a little bit, but in general, I would sort of say that what you're picking up on is sort of like the collapse of that left liberal that we've seen post 2026 or 2016 throughout America when this revival aired. And I don't know. I don't know what that's like. You talked about how sad it was that she went and followed Obama and now she's just there. Well, that's America. I don't know.
But she stood in for famous.
You're still kind of cutting out.
Yeah, I can't either. You're cutting in and out.
Sorry, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Yeah, so your argument is if Rory is the everyman anti-hero that naively put hopes in Obama, because the TV show ends with her, she says no to an engagement proposal with a newspaper heir, and she goes to follow the Obama campaign, which I do. I'm set. I checked the dates. I do think in some level there was like,
I thought it was incredibly prescient that they managed to put so much Obama in there.
Meanwhile, I'm like, how many longtime Gilmore Girls fans went out and voted for Obama in part because they've spent 7 years identifying with Rory, and then all of those feelings get like transferred to the main station.
Well, since I actually did look, since the last episode aired and it had about 4 million people, I don't think that Obama got that many votes from Gilmore Girls fans for the series finale that aired in like May of 2007.
But to
That's
me,
a good point.
watching it, how much of it is there is this just like liberal Democrat propaganda just sprinkled in here and there?
Well, I think it sort of fed into that like democratic liberal sort of like high on their own fumes that like as we've reached like Obama, it was like, oh, it's just going to keep progressing. We're not going to go back. Like, oh, it's a new hope. It's going to happen. And that obviously did not happen. But Gilmore Girls sort of was like right on the edge and was sort of high as well, in my sort of view as I rewatched it.
Okay, so you see the revival as kind of confirmation that the left liberal or progressive is kind of dead in the water? Is that kind of the reading?
No, not what I meant. Spencer, in just like one of our pre-talks about this, he made a comment about how at the end of the thing, like Rory just went to follow the Obama campaign. And then when
Right.
the revival starts, which aired in 2016, I just thought it was an amusing, and like parallel, like America followed Obama and then we ended up with Trump. Um,
Yeah.
my
Right.
main
And then
or Spencer has something to add on.
shadow of Trump, you're seeing how not great Rory turned out, both career wise and moral.
Sort of. You're still a little bit cutting out, Spencer.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's true. We're gonna have to do some editing here, but if there's anything you can do to fix it, uh, or you could even like come back on, drop off and come back on. I don't know.
I can do that. Hopefully it won't close.
I we're co-hosts, so I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay. Hopefully that'll help because otherwise we
It's
won't
gonna,
hear half of what he's saying. Yeah, it would.
yeah.
Yeah. I want to pick up on that last point when he comes back because I feel like Democrats are just really almost paralyzed right now and are not able to really respond to the moment. And it kind of, I see parallels there. So,
Mhm.
all right, let's change your name back to Spencer. Okay, and say something, Spencer. Let's see if we sound better now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
Do I sound
Let's hope for the
any
best.
different?
You sound okay so far.
Yeah.
So, okay. So I wanted to ask Connor just to follow up on that last point, because I didn't really think about the timing of this so much, but here we have at the end, you've got the she's going off to help the Obama administration, and there's a lot of hope, or she wants to do journalism about it. And then now with the revival, 10 years later, there's this feeling of drift, and she clearly hasn't been able to really establish herself in that sphere. And I don't know, like that whole feeling of hope is kind of gone. And that's about the time we took this, heavy Republican turn. Well,
Mhm.
at least one of the turns. I could you unpack that a little bit more or say a little bit more about that, like how you feel about that? Because that's a really interesting thought.
Oh, I mean, I don't think like the show like covers a lot of it. Like I didn't read a ton into it. I just thought it was sort of people bring up like West Wing politics of sort of like the 90s, of sort of like the hopeful, like, oh, we can all get along. And I sort of feel like as we move through the 2000s, ending with Obama's elections, that sort of has obviously gone away. And I sort of felt like Gilmore Girls still sort of held on to it at its end of the show. And then as we go to the revival in the Trump years, there's just a different vibe in the world. Not as much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we were saying when we took the break, or I was saying it, I feel like Democrats feel like they have kind of lost the thread right now. Like they are not non-responsive. They don't know what they stand for. They're
Mhm.
really struggling. And that to me kind of feels like Rory's state in that revival, where she's not sure what she should do. And she's turning things down that look like good opportunities. And she's contemplating things that look like bad opportunities.
Yeah.
That parallel is really neat.
Hmm. Yeah.
And my contention would be, to what extent is that also, yes, it's Rory in the show, is that also the average Gilmore Girls fan is also drift?
I don't know.
I know that's.
I also think it's just in general, at many times in your life, you're going to be adrift, which is why it's kind of called a year in the life. It's just a year in the life.
Year and a life. Yeah. Well, and the whole show to me feels like drifting. That it takes so long for anybody to make a decision.
Yeah, but
To take so long for people to sort of become conscious of the bad or the dubious things they're doing and finally rectify them. Which I know you would say that's art imitating life, right?
yeah, basically.
Yeah, so one of the videos that I watched in preparation for this made a point out of saying that unlike most shows of this time period, the Gilmore Girls shows people doing things in something like real time. Like there's differentiation between weekdays and weekends, and you can tell, what day of the week it is, even based on Rory's, what she's doing. Is she doing homework? Is she dressed in a certain way? And so they kind of treated that as a virtue, right? That in their view, it wasn't so much drift as it was like realism.
Yeah, almost like a progression, a march. Like you always just go. I can see that. Yeah, because it was a bit more serial than sort of like the standalone episodes of the 2000s. And they were more consistent with their seasons as opposed to like other sitcoms of the time, I think. So that's interesting. I've never really thought about that.
Mhm. Well, and Emily says there's a whole thing about like the seasons specifically. Something about fall is a very Gilmore Girl.
I think that's just marketing
You think so?
because all the seasons would have started in the fall. The revival came out in the fall. They're like title sequence is all like autumnal colors. But I don't remember there being anything like super specific fall that
No. If
other,
anything, there's more of an emphasis on like the first snow.
yeah, sort of more winter.
Yeah.
But if it is sort of like that, the march, the progression of time, then the seasons are just another way to indicate that.
And since the TV show especially is so fixated on like Rory going to school or ending school, fall is in a way like the start of it's the start of the academic year. And then as I imagine what it feels like in the depths of a woman's emotions and subconscious, they're perhaps digging up all of these. I know we're getting speculative.
You have no idea what's in the depths of a woman's consciousness.
Yeah, oh my God.
What does fall
Sorry.
explain? What does fall mean? And what does returning to Gilmore Girls and perhaps feeling the way people felt when they first watched it, what is that like?
You're asking me as a female?
I guess.
I mean, I think we're all different, but if I had to guess, it's probably a sense of like home and hearth and a certain coziness. It's the time of year when people do things like prepare for the winter, build a fire, I like the fall personally.
Drink pumpkin spice lattes.
I never have had one, and I plan to live the rest of my life without doing so, but yes. Will not be experiencing that, just out of principle. But yeah, like, I mean, it's tempting, all these like spicy scents and everything that you buy in the fall. So I think maybe it might represent that for a lot of people. I don't know for sure. I just know that you don't know what's in the depths of most women's consciousness. Sorry.
You do not have a piece of media you return to, Spencer. You can't put yourself in those shoes.
It's vegetating on video games, yeah. But I mean, to me, that's part of the mystery. Like as I'm watching it, I'm like, who finds this like comforting, like profoundly comforting? But the answer is a lot of people.
What do you find discomfort?
Yeah, I like a kind of annoyance.
Okay.
Because I'm not as emotionally attached to it and because I don't have the nostalgia. To me, it's like I find all sorts of things that annoy me in real life. I found generally like embedded in the show.
Well, you have a problem with whimsy, I assume.
I hate whimsy. It should be crushed out of existence. No. What? Briefly, what would you describe as the whimsy in the show?
I mean, I would say it's sort of baked into this. I would say the way they talk is whimsy. The whole like town setting with the townsfolk is based on sort of the whimsy. I don't the way they behave. It's all supposed to be a little whimsical, I assume. Sort of that manic pixie dream girl, but 10 years earlier.
Right. And I guess I perceive the whimsy, first of all, we keep using this word. I don't even know exactly what the definition of whimsy is.
Feel like it's the Stars Hollow, like Gazette or whatever their newspaper is. It's stuff like that, like the play, the musical, the little town meetings that they have, like stuff that doesn't happen in real life anymore
Yeah.
anywhere.
Right. Playfully quaint or fanciful behavior or humor, says Oxford. That checks out. I guess part of it, so if we go with this whimsy thread, I mostly perceive, I'm not denying that there's nothing whimsical about the show, but I think what a lot of people perceive to be whimsy, I perceive to be more like postmodern irony.
Mm.
Okay.
And since in my own way, I'm desperately trying to flee postmodern irony and nihilism.
Oh, I live in postmodern irony and nihilism, so
Fair
that's why I
enough.
can play.
I get it. I get it. But to me, it feels very, here would be my argument. And I think this comes out a bit better because in preparing for this, I was rewatching the Netflix show. Um, like a case study would be that scene where they're reviewing the musical and everybody else in the focus group finds it, profound or whimsical or something.
Yeah, great.
And Lorelai finds it all like cringy and heinous. And then they put in the song about like it's now or never, I'm breaking. And everybody else in the focus group finds it weird. And Lorelai finds it profound. And to me, I think there's a through thread of that in the whole town, that the Gilmore Girls in their own way, they're not really residents of the town. Like spiritually, they're more like tourists that live there full time because their horizons, they exist in all the like pop culture they consume. And also in a upper class in Hartford that their ambitions and horizons are mostly anchored to. And then I mean, this is kind of where, to me, on the face of it, the show feels kind of like cynical, but maybe it's not. And I hear it's not perceived this way, but to me, it's hard to perceive the Gilmore Girls as, in a way, not, they're like in the town, but they're not of it. And if push came to shove, and of course it's too nice of a town or in a show where push really comes to shove, but when push comes to shove, actually, they kind of have contempt for the town and the whimsical people in it.
I don't think I necessarily agree with that.
Okay.
Because they make it pretty clear throughout the show that like they are like integral to the community. And the community likes them back, and they're shown not to like outsiders very much.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I can concede all of that and then admit nothing that I just said, I think.
uh-huh. And I guess like they try to keep like the Hartford and the Stars Hollow separate, but I always took it more as like they don't want Emily and Richard in the Stars Hollow stuff.
Right. Right. And meanwhile, again, I realize I'm spurging out and thinking about this a lot more than the average Gilmore Girl fan, or maybe even the writers. This is, to me, it's like, were the writers conscious of this? Do they mean to bake into the script the implication that for Stars Hollow to exist in Connecticut as a sleepy bedroom community, where it needs to be near Hartford and it needs to be near Yale and all this, and that it's a way of a piece? Like perhaps Lorelai feels like it's her, being a bit like a prodigal son, running away from home, finding authenticity, putting down roots.
Yeah.
But it is part of the Connecticut totality of capital.
Yeah. Well, also with Connecticut is not large. There's not that much space.
That's exactly my point. It's a small.
Yeah. Well, and that's why I thought on this. I'm like, why did she only run away to like 30 minutes away? You couldn't even go to like Pennsylvania.
It's almost like she didn't really want to run away,
Uh-huh. But then again, like in the first episode, it sounds like they have not had a relationship with each other for a long time.
Right. For like 16 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously she wasn't getting that much help.
Stars Hollow, just to put my cards on the table, feels fake to me. It feels like it's a tourist town. I would agree with Connor that these people live in it and they do like participate in the community, but the community feels very kind of contrived. Like if you went to, a tourist town where everything kind of revolves around being a certain way, like looking like, I don't know, a ghost town or looking like a seaside village or whatever the concept is. And the people in it are not like any real people. And I can kind of see it both ways. On the one hand, I can see how a person who's really kind of has a sense of being adrift or like not, being kind of alienated by modern society would find it perhaps just an attractive dream type of town. Like, oh, wouldn't it be nice to live in a town where everybody knows everybody else and where everybody's in everybody's business? There's a lot of shows like this. One of them that I watched a few years ago was Virgin River. It had the same sort of feel to it. On the other hand, I can kind of see Spencer's point about because there's such a difference between reality and Stars Hollow, you could feel like it's meant ironically or like it's sort of a subtle critique of the kind of like commercialization of ways of life that privileged people can like undertake if they have the money and the time to do so.
I could see that. Yeah, and I definitely have problems with how the town is like something like there's way too many people walking around the town for the size of it. It doesn't make any sense. But I don't know.
Right. And what about the guy that plays there's some person that randomly shows up and plays music.
Oh yeah, the troubadours. Yeah.
What is that even?
I'm not for sure. There was an episode where there's just like the whole town's overrun by troubadours, which doesn't make sense to me.
Wow. It's kind of a dreamlike thing.
It adds this sitcom levity to the whole thing.
Yes, I assume.
But yeah, so my feeling about the sort of there's a class level, and then for me, you and I went back and forth about this before. I almost feel like, well, what I said to you privately is like if I was actually, like a patriarchal misogynist and I wanted to make a TV show about how women should not be free to make their own choices in life because look at the dead ends they will drive themselves into. Look at how they'll get stuck in the mud. And if I wrote and directed Gilmore Girls, I would feel like I had accomplished the mission because especially in the case of Rory, who, yeah, whether you view her as the hero of the show or I more viewed her partly in the light of the very last episode of the TV show as like, in a way, the whole story and the whole project of like the Gilmores and Stars Hollow has been to birth Rory onto the scene of like the national political journalistic world. All of this effort has gone into gestating, and this is like Taylor's spiel at the mayor's spiel at the goodbye thing. He literally said, "We're a womb shooting you out in the world, washing off the amniotic fluid off of you, and now you're ready to go make your way." And then you see, how she's basically curdled in the Netflix show. Again, crypto misogyny, but you disagree. So tell us why.
I do disagree. One, I think your entire thing is that in order for feminism to be good, the women have to be perfect, which I don't think is realistic.
I would say just better. They wouldn't have to be perfect, but
they just have to be better. Okay.
Good. But go ahead.
I think a sexist will find cause for anything to be sexist. And three, I would say sexism is rooted in ableism. And since they repeatedly show Rory and Lorelai being able to do a bunch of things, it's not sexist.
Okay. So then what is But would you grant I'm picking up on very real threads in the story?
I mean, I guess, but unless you're going to invite me back next year to discuss Miss Sandry and The Sopranos, I'm like, I don't think it's necessarily fair.
Um,
I can kind of see. I could. So they do like the whole show. I found a little bit annoying, but I think probably Rory in particular. But in asking that question, I don't see them as like a feminine ideal or a feminist ideal. I don't know if you can say that they make women look bad either, because you have to think relative to who, right? Like from what I've heard, because I haven't watched the original series very much, but Emily's, well, the husband who's dead in the revival, the one that was a distant like non-father, if I'm not mistaken, right? And then Rory's actual bio dad is different from him, and he's not in the picture. Am I right? Or is that no? That's okay.
No, that's mostly right. Yeah.
All right. So you've got a couple of male like failures there, right? Like one's not really acting like a dad, and another one just fled and was not a dad at all. And then you've got like a series of boyfriends that you could. This is where I'm disappointed in Rory, because she has this series of guys and she never like just, I don't know, she seems to use guys, but they also are using her, right? And so I don't know. So I get your point, Spencer, but I also think men don't come off looking too great here either.
And I made that point to Spencer earlier as well.
Ah,
None of the
okay.
guys
So
are necessarily viewed as like great at anything.
right. And isn't your argument that more what I'm picking up on is that there's a kind of like disdain for wealth that's baked into the show?
That's what I mean. I sort of picked that up. And if you look at uh, Amy Sherman Palladino's other stuff, like she's brought it up in like The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, not as much in Bunheads, but I mean, I think you can see it. My biggest problem with it is she sort of has this, or at least she wrote Gilmore Girls like, oh, it's just the way the world is. We can like it's just what it is. And I don't particularly appreciate that, but
But that was her frame of mind when she was writing this. She was just
I
trying
mean, I'm not her. I don't know.
Okay.
But that's how I view it. I think she has some disdain for capitalism and money.
Uh-huh.
But also there's the episode where Paris's parents like didn't pay their IRS bills, so all her funds get frozen. So then she works as a server and she just starts spouting off communist stuff. So I think she also sort of plays into that, like, oh, the communists are just sort of playing.
Right. The conservative critique of communism, that it's just like personal resentment.
Yeah.
And yeah.
But that was also just an episode and it was Paris acting crazy.
Right. And I feel like Paris fulfills this literary function, kind of like Kirk, where whenever you need some like zany situation to be resolved, she can kind of fill in the gap. Well, yeah, and I think there's a layer in which, I mean, the Gilmore seem to be, some sort of Anglo family. Like the fourth Gilmore girl, Richard's mom, I think they talk about she's from London. And I feel like I can't imagine that the writers were blind to the fact that they're telling a story about basically like the attenuation of intergenerational wealth from Richard and Emily to Lorelai, who, yes, she has her own kind of petite bourgeois family or small business, and she owns her house, but she doesn't have any of the investments to where she has the capital to expand her business. And then you look at Rory, and she's basically washed out of being a journalist.
So you keep saying that, and I just watched the first episode of The Revival, and she talks about having meetings at Condé Nast and like still having art. Like she wasn't as washed out as you're making it seem.
Yeah, but in that show, the Condé Nast,
it didn't work out.
It doesn't go well, and then she finally goes back to like the tech startup that she'd been blowing off, And then because she basically doesn't have it, isn't that what Logan's dad tells her in the show? Like, you don't have it,
Oh,
you
that.
strive to be a journalist.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, to me, the Netflix show, it's carried forward that contention that she doesn't have the drive to be successful at Condé Nast, at that startup.
Well, I mean, being a journalist should mean having a job. And what she is a freelancer. And I think you could criticize that, but also around that time, we had this massive consolidation of everything, including the media. And so there were fewer jobs to be had for actual real journalists. So she's partly experiencing just what a lot of even talented people, let's say that she's not talented, but she probably is. But, you know, even talented people might not be able to find a job in journalism and might have to try to be a freelancer, or now like just write a Substack and see if enough people subscribe, right? That's a situation that maybe is affecting her personally.
Right. And then her privilege is kind of a disadvantage, I think, because again, I think the show is this kind of baked. I don't think I'm just making this up, that she's been so, like, in a way, privileged and affirmed that she doesn't want to settle for a mundane job at a newspaper. She wants to be the Christiane Amanpour on the front, seeing the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then that's a mistake because you can't start there. Nobody starts there, right? Like, so, and she doesn't want to maybe, settle into a much lower position so that she can do the work to get there, which would be harder to do for her than like previous generations, I think, anyway. But yeah, I mean, what do you think about that, Connor? Like, is she a person who has like too high expectations right off the bat?
You know, I was gonna say no, but now maybe that's the point, because I just finished season 7 where she like turned down a newspaper because she thought she could get a better job. She sort of like, yeah, I mean, she kind of like turns down options because she thinks she's going to get the best thing. So yeah, I think that's a interesting point. And I mean, generally in the show, she does get what she wants. But
Okay.
yeah.
So she's got experience of getting what she wants. And then when it comes to the career, she expects that to happen. And she's not adjusting to the reality that it's not happening the way she wants.
Yeah, because I mean, the show finishes of like she can't get a job until like 3 days. Well, she just gets the random job to go follow the Obama campaign. So it sort of just always happens, especially job related. School stuff she does pretty well with.
But I feel like that's how she's presented. She's this like archetypal, she can fulfill expectations and she can do what she's told. But as soon as it's time to be the jump of like, do the jump of what do you want to do? What do you want to make? Then she doesn't have, I mean, this is what Logan's dad says, you don't have the drive.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how to speak to some of that.
So it's probably not a feminist show, right? It's just a show about women, but it's probably not making a strong feminist statement. That's what I'm perceiving.
I think it makes some feminine. I mean, if it's sort of hard to tell because like it does encourage the women to like pursue higher education. It does encourage them to like get jobs, be independent, follow your dreams. But also
subpar men.
But that's where I was getting to. But at the end of the day, like all of the women get together with kind of loser guys. They're all in like heteronormative relationships. They're all just trying to get into like the monogamy. But once again, it was a show in the early 2000s.
Right. Yeah, we have to keep that in mind.
Yeah. I mean, like on the first season, they put like a 16-year-old on the pill, which I mean, I was 6 at the time. I can't speak to what the world was like, but I can't imagine it was common to show.
Not among the rich, but among the poor. Yes, I think so. I mean, in the 70s and 80s anyway, it was real common for girls to be on some kind of birth control pretty early. but it depends on what type of family you grew up in.
Yeah. And I guess I'm just more like when I was growing up in the 2000s, I was all like, oh, it's all abstinence. We don't want to talk about sex education. We don't want to do that. So,
Yeah.
I think part of that is just the product of where we grew up in the Midwest.
yeah. But this was a national TV show that, like,
And you can see it in the way that, like, Michelle in the show, it's like ambiguous whether or not he's gay. And then by the time the Netflix show is around, he's married.
yeah.
Yeah.
It was ambiguous. That's interesting.
Well, yeah, they never outright say it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And there's
Yeah,
even
right.
like in some episode, he's like talking about maybe like going dancing with women or something.
Something like that. Yeah.
Huh.
But yeah, I mean, we forget how controversial this was. And if the point was to make a show that, would younger kids could watch and would be minimally controversial,
hmm
I mean, my sense, I've never seen Sex in the City, but I have a vague sense that like this is kind of like Sex in the City for teens or something.
I mean, no, not really. Insofar as it's TV shows about women that are kind of looking for love or that are about women in relationships.
Mhm.
But I would say in general, no. I guess like some of the scenes where Rory does at Yale could be in Sex in the City.
Like such as.
I mean, just like when they talk about like boys, so, like you kind of have to watch Sex in the City to like understand it. But I mean, Sex in the City was much more adult. It was also written by gay men.
Yeah,
So,
I've seen it. I've seen at least one season of Sex in the City, and I think what they have in common is just that it's mainly focused on women relating to each other.
yeah.
Yeah, but Sex in the City is racier by quite a bit, and it's
Hmm.
repetitive in a way that the Gilmore Girls isn't. Right, like that every show of Sex in the City is kind of revolving around the same thing. These women like feel like they need to get paired with somebody, and they're trying to do that, and they're having a lot of sex. Seems like.
I mean, it's not inaccurate. Yeah, it's mostly just like, oh, Carrie has a new boyfriend, or what is going on with Carrie's boyfriend this week, sort of all that stuff.
Right. Yeah. Whereas Gilmore Girls explores that, but there's quite a bit more going on. I felt
Mhm.
like it is a more interesting show. I stopped watching Sex in the City after one season because it just felt like I was in a time machine that kept revolving around, who's the latest guy, like, and the message is you're not complete without a man, and it's a
Some of
bad
that.
message ultimately. Like now that's a non-feminist show for sure.
I can see that point. Yeah. And like, I mean, none of the Gilmore girls end up with a guy at the end of the show, just for the record, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. Although in the remake, then
I guess,
um,
yeah.
Lorelai gets married finally, which, yeah, do we see that as settling or do we see that as like authentic or what do you
That's where it's
think?
like, that's where it's like hard because in some ways, like she was settling with him in the middle of the show. She was settling with Christopher, settling with Luke again. So who knows?
Right. And to me, again, this is the things that grind my gears. She's constantly settling while the pretense is that she's radically authentic and free and in tune with her emotions. Yes?
Well, and I guess my problem with it is settling because I guess like I'm using the word settle, but it's also she seems happy in the situation generally. I guess when she gets settles and marries Christopher, she's not happy. But
Right. Or even when she's about, I mean, I feel like a current thing is that she's always, and maybe this is in a way where it's Sex in the City-esque, is that
mhm.
whether she's engaged to somebody, married to somebody, just having sex with somebody, there's always this, she has to stop. All of those things are really a means for her to check in. It's not said quite this way, but basically check in with her inner self and see if this feels totally right. And then when usually it doesn't feel totally right, then she gets out of the relationship. Which I get that this is how a lot of people are. To me, where it's grating is when you've taken one or more seasons to get to this moment. All the slow, gradual, the grinding of the seasons for her to ask, do I feel totally fulfilled? And to me, there's just the naivete about like, you will never feel totally fulfilled. Like, where does this idea come from? This is a superstitious, religious, fundamentalist type of a thing that you think is going to happen. But this is how romanticism carries on in our souls, I think. What do you say to that?
I don't know. I mean, what I did find interesting though is that Lorelai always breaks up because of a baby. She broke up with Christopher originally because of Rory. Then she breaks up with Christopher again because of Gigi. Then she breaks up with Luke because of April. Yeah. So I just thought that
bigger guy.
I don't really count that as a real relationship.
Just a situationship.
Basically.
Well, I mean, I would if I were to write a book on Gilmore Girls, one of them would be that there is this kind of baked in what in Catholicism is called the contraceptive mentality. That and that doesn't just mean taking the pill. It's like how many of these relationships and how much of their life is spent being sterile. And I don't just mean biologically. This is my beef with the show. Is like how many of these relationships lead to dead ends because ultimately neither of these people have the morals to like actually realize a healthy relationship.
Well, I guess I just have problems with how you're defining relationships. Relationships don't need to have a big finish. They don't need to go on forever. You can have a great relationship that's just for a weekend or for a year or for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you so obsessed with finality?
I guess it's my latent religious yearnings, I suppose.
Does it have to yield some sort of fruit? Is that kind of where you're not necessarily children, but more like just something concrete in order for it to make sense to you? More than just like we had fun or whatever.
Yeah, or the memory's not enough.
I mean, that's my general sense. Because otherwise, I mean, I'm going out on a limb. I don't 100% believe this. But I do think in general, when we're doing good things, when we're having good relationships, it should be leading to good fruits, good results. And if they're leading to mediocre or worse results, probably something is not right.
Yeah, and she leaves all those relationships.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Sure. Although for me, just to be clear, I'm not just talking about the relationships. I am talking about that, but I'm also talking about the way, again, the sort of the subtle ideological things put in the show. One of them is, I think, the way they relate to their food. And I'm sensitive to this because I'm all like ideologically fixated on how we farm.
Yeah.
But one of the shifts from Emily, where at least there's a maid in the house that's like cooking real food and they're trying to be nutritious, to the way Lorelai and Rory are shown as basically like these kind of hyper consumerist gluttons who just cook tons of food. They never cook for themselves. And of course,
they just eat junk food.
They're privileged. They get to stay young and skinny and beautiful by not eating healthy. But my argument, if we carry on this contraceptive mentality, is because they are doing they're not eating ultimately all that healthy food.
Mm-hmm.
There's multiple things you could say that basically the local food scene and like whoever Suki's husband, like to me the joke is like her best friend is like an award-winning chef. If I'm Lorelai, I would want Suki to be cooking for me all the time. Like, why are they eating the Stars Hollow equivalent of fast food? And we could go on with that. We could ask how much of how Rory ended up poorly was because
of what she was eating.
She was eating. Is there like a nutritional level of her Arrested Development? There's that, and then there's how much better could like Suki and Jackson have been if they had been financially supported by Lorelai. at the level of their food.
I would imagine with how much food the inn buys from Jackson, I assume they're okay.
It'd be
Um,
okay, but they could always be more fruitful.
More fruitful. Okay. I don't know. I mean, like, I think there's something to be said about like the great con like, yeah, they consume a lot, but I never understood it as them like playing it off as wasteful, more as them they are literally eating that much and they're playing it off as a joke.
Well, I've noticed this, right? That they just, whenever they're, especially when they're like in one of their talkative moods and they're going back and forth like a ping pong match with their conversation, they haul out ice cream and cookies, whatever the heck, like they just haul out junk food and yet they remain, you know, thin
Yep.
and good looking, which is
Uh,
maddening, right? Also, I've read but haven't like witnessed because I didn't watch most of the previous shows, like that coffee is in the mix a lot, and that they're drinking coffee, and that Rory was drinking coffee at an early age,
yeah.
right? So so Lorelai sort of raised her to be like, well, I like eating junk food and drinking lots of coffee, so um, you should
Yeah.
too, like be my friend. So I guess to me, it kind of represents a little bit of that permissiveness again. Like, okay, if you're a parent, you kind of know, like, even if you've got some vices, that you probably shouldn't transmit them directly to your kids because your kid is not your friend.
Mm.
Like your kid ultimately is not your friend. I mean, you become friendly, hopefully, when they grow up and become adults, but like, they're still not your buddy that you can do anything with or tell anything to. And probably you should keep the junk food to yourself. So I was a little judgy about that part of it. And I noticed like a big part for food played in this show.
They definitely do. And I mean, I guess, yeah, you have to think like if Lorelai was a teenage mother, ran away from home and lived in a one room in a hotel, I guess, yeah, you were probably just eating a bunch of junk food, drinking a bunch of coffee. But yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's probably where she picked up that habit. That's
Mhm.
what was available. Yeah.
So, is there any other facet to the show that you find especially important or that you think really needs to be discussed?
Mm, not necessarily important. No, I mean, I guess one of the things I find most interesting is sort of just like the inheritance of sort of religious trauma, how, they seem to repeat the same mistakes as you complain about. Because like, if you think about like Rory, or not Rory, Emily and Richard, they got in that big fight because Richard was having lunch with his old fiance, and then that following, well, just a couple of episodes later, Lorelai gets in trouble with Luke because she's having lunch with Christopher. I don't know. I think that's probably what I find most interesting about the show is sort of the inheritance of generational trauma, how it just continues on.
Right. And to me, that's where part of where as I've grown up and as I've become more religious, I find when I'm watching shows, I have less and less patience for like plots where people are just trapped by like making the same bad decisions.
Why isn't that mostly Christianity?
Mostly Christianity or mostly life? Or what do you mean?
I mean, both. Well, you don't think Christians just do the same bad decision over and over again?
A lot of us do, yeah. And then en masse, you could definitely say that. I guess I wouldn't deny it, but it's one thing for that to be an inescapable part of life. And it's not like I'm exactly saying that like art can't or shouldn't showcase this. I just feel like my life has enough drama and trauma as it is, and uh, playing out the cycle of a literal vicious circle, a circle of vice as opposed to virtue. Just the appeal to it to me has gone down a lot compared to Yeah, like before we moved from Hayes, and I'm watching like The Wire and all sorts of other shows. You know,
Yeah.
the prestige television, I found it very enthralling at the time, and now I find it at the very least wearisome. And then at worst, I find myself considering, to what extent is this okay, fine, it's art imitating life, but then to what extent are actual living people internalizing these? And then there's an aspect of, are we almost more likely to do this because we've, actually Lorelai and Rory do this. I'm not trying to make a like Doom and South Park or why Columbine happened sort of argument, but
I'm interested that you would make this case with like the deluge of Catholic art that is mostly just of people dying. So like, how do you reconcile that?
well, because I guess I would say you're talking about like martyrdom, the like
I mean,
pagan
like most Catholic artists depicts dying.
crucifixion. Yeah. Yeah, well, but in those cases it's supposed to be sort of inspirational. Like at a bare minimum, it's supposed to make you contemplate death, memento mori, whatever, and face your own mortality and like embrace radical responsibility in the light of that. And then also at another level, we're supposed to be inspired by people that believe in these ideas and in these realities so much that they're willing to die for them.
Yeah. So, but
So
that's like,
to me, that's a little different than like, okay, now we're watching the Netflix show and Lorelai and Luke are still lying to each other about stupid, petty things.
but isn't at the end of the day it's supposed to give the viewer the strength to keep going about their day?
Because they've been
To
amused.
do better? You mean like to do better? Or,
Me or Spencer?
oh, you, Connor.
Me?
Like, do you,
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, not even necessarily to do better, but more just like in the simple, like they want to turn off their brain and enjoy something for an hour.
Mm,
Anything like that. It's an outlet to relieve stress.
mhm.
If you do take any sort of value, any sort of learning from it, that's just extra. But I
Right.
just, it
Well,
sort
and
of
then,
seems you just want to judge art that you don't like.
yeah, and I guess for me, part of what I can't relate to is okay, if I'm trying to like relax or chill, this seems like such a strange thing to do that with. Like I can wrap my head around watching like Friends or The Office or Parks and Rec or something
Why is this one so different for you then?
because
Because
it's much more broody and emotional and interrelational.
Yeah,
Which
that's
again,
true. It's,
maybe
yeah.
maybe I'm showing how sort of masculine minded I am, or like Philistine, or I'm open to a critique. It just to me, it's a strange way to want to relax watching this show.
well, I don't think it's as broody as you're making it out to be, I guess. I guess there's some parts are broody, but I also think people just like different entertainment. I can't relate to people who enjoy football, yet it is America's pastime.
Absolutely perverted. Yeah.
It is mixed. Like that's one of the interesting things about the show is that you do have kind of like the light entertainment, but it's
Mhm.
sitting side by side, like a certain amount of drama
Hmm.
and then perceived irony. I mean, one way that I kind of perceived it was I wonder if in a way they're like caricaturing, maybe making fun of wealthy people. Because honestly, like that most ordinary people do not live this way and
Hmm.
don't have the luxury of some of the things that these people do over and over again, right? And so there, I wonder if part of its function could be kind of like, for some people anyway, satisfaction of saying, oh, look at those screwed up privileged people and how they can't quite get their act together. Or on the other hand, look at these privileged people. They too have ups and downs. I don't know, like maybe there's something cathartic for people about watching obviously rarefied rich people.
Hmm.
I don't know, like
I mean, the Gilded Age is
the
really popular. It's a very similar thing. People like
yeah.
seeing rich people do rich people things sometimes, and rich people be bad.
Right. And
Right.
then if that's part of the strand, it makes sense that as Rory gets increasingly initiated into the like New Haven, Hartford, upper class circles, she
Hmm.
does generally get more stressed out, more alienated
Yeah.
as her roots in Stars Hollow get increasingly pulled up. And going off of the Palladino's oeuvre, you think this is probably intentional or conscious on some level?
Me? Do I think it's intentional? Yeah, because I think the entire premise of the show is Lorelai escaped sort of the life that she grew up in, and now Rory is sort of entering it, sort of like because of the opportunities that presents, but that comes with its own sort of corruption, its own that they sort of have to blend the line with throughout the whole show. How
Mhm.
much Rory wants to be subsumed by like the DAR, that old money stuff.
Mhm. Yeah. And so when you sort of canvas the whole scope of the show, how do you feel about how things ended? Like the final character progression of Emily, Lorelai, Rory. How do you feel about them and their arc?
Um, I mean, that's really hard to say just because of how it was made. Because like if you well, because like if you look at the first 7 seasons, then you have a decade break for a 4 episode finale thing. That's a little like that's hard. Just throughout the way TVs are produced, you have about a 7 year production of you don't know whether the next season is going to get made or not. You can't make long year long plans for how the seasons or the show is going to go because you don't know if you're going to get that many episodes.
Hmm.
So it's hard to view it as like a complete thing, like like a novel because it wasn't all made in just one setting. But I mean, in general, I like it. I thought the characters, the way that ended made sense. I mean, I don't think it makes as much sense as Rory cheating that much, but it's whatever.
Is Rory cheating that much?
Yeah, the
Like,
whole of
you
well,
mean,
and then like the
I mean,
boyfriend and the revival didn't make a whole bunch of sense. But I sort of viewed that as like a parallel for Max from season 1 of Gilmore Girls, and then Logan as a parallel for Christopher.
So you're
With
talking about the guy that just follows her around, but she can't hardly even remember that he's
yeah,
there.
uh-huh.
Yeah,
can't even
that didn't
remember to
make her,
dump him.
that did not make her look good.
No, that makes I mean that's sort of like that makes her look pretty, but
Yeah. And then Logan appears to be kind of like better than her in the sense that even though he is like fully taking advantage of having this affair and everything, I feel like he genuinely cares about her
mhm.
and wants what's best for her. And she, as I understand, she rejected him or said no to him before. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I felt like he had more sense in a way, even though they're obviously like cheating on his, I guess, is it his wife or his
I guess
Beyonce.
fiance?
it's Beyonce, I think.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know where I'm going with this, but even he kind of looks better. By the way, he's like some guy I've seen in a medical drama. I can't remember his
He was
name.
in The Resident, Matt Zuckery.
That's it. Yeah, he's so good looking too. Like, why the heck would she turn this down? Right? Like, she has no sense.
Well, that's where it's like, at least when I was looking at like fan pages of Gilmore Girls when I was watching it, it was all about Jess. That was who generally people think Rory should have ended up with.
Mm.
So,
Really?
sort of
And
interesting.
what are those arguments generally? Because he
I
was
don't
my last choice if I was her.
really.
Yep.
Okay.
But Emily says I am basically Jess slash was.
I could see that. I think the whole thing is like, oh, what?
At least of the three. But yeah.
Uh, I think the whole thing is like he's literary, she's literary. They could be literary together. That's what
Hmm.
I think basically boils down to.
Hmm.
And then they're trying to make like Jess a parallel for Luke.
Hmm. Right, because they're both fundamentally good guys. They're just emotionally and verbally constipated.
Yeah,
Mhm.
basically.
So what team are you on?
Well, before I was a fan of the Gilmore Girls, I was a fan of The Good Wife, so I always root for Matt Cree as Logan Huntsberger.
Okay. I feel like he is the most like well balanced. And then
Kind of. Well, it also feels like the most real relationship they kind of depicted on the show.
Most character development.
Hmm.
Hmm.
But he was also kind of an alcoholic, so it makes sense why people don't really want them to end up together.
Sure. Well, I mean, to me, the joke of it is like if you know how Rory's stories ends, and again, this is me, imposing my sort of virtue normativity hermeneutic on this. Any of these boys would have been different than the no boys that she chose. Slash, she's halfway chosen Logan to be her.
Vincent, she didn't choose a boy, she chose herself.
She chose herself, and look where it got her. Now we're back at the contraceptive mentality.
Except she had 10 years of being a journalist, doing her thing.
Mm-hmm. Seeing the world, learning how brutal and cold it is.
I don't.
Choosing yourself doesn't have to mean going after a high-flung journalism career. It can just mean deciding you don't need a guy.
Yeah.
But I don't think she decides that exactly. She's always with some guy. It's just that she never concludes it.
Well, and that's why it's like the last season's kind of weird because it's not Amy Sherman Palladino who basically wrote every episode of the first 6 seasons. But I mean, she kind of does because like Logan proposes to her right when she graduates, and she has a choice of like moving to California with him and sort of doing that or following her dream to be a journalist. And she chooses to follow that dream and be a journalist.
Okay.
So, but yeah, that's kind of the only time she does choose. Otherwise, she's always chooses the boy almost.
Okay. So she chose herself by pursuing the career because the career was that important to her at that time, and she just didn't want to like settle again. Like
Yeah.
she didn't want that normal life, the normal life.
Yeah.
But
I
then
think
meanwhile, wouldn't the argument be if she had gone to California with Logan? I never got the sense, it's been a while since I watched this. I never got the sense that like the deal was you marry Logan and now you're just a housewife. Like,
and that's
you're
why
the heir to a journalistic empire.
well, to be fair, it sort of sounds like I might have fallen asleep in the middle of season 7, but did he get like cut off because he wasn't working for his dad at the end? But I can't
Yeah,
remember.
there was like a plot where he was maybe gonna like have his own business, but I think he chickens out, if I remember that right.
So I don't know how much he's like still involved in that whole publishing empire by the end of the show. Uh, but yeah, I mean that's why I don't really agree with her decision. But like what I'm basing that on is like the episode before she had like a whole scene with Paris about how Paris broke up with Boyle, Danny
Doyle.
Strong. She broke up with him because she's too young to get married. She doesn't want Paris broke up. Doesn't want to get married. She still has all these things she wants to do.
Right. And again, it's like we're back at, I mean, I know I'm a broken record, but the kind of the implicit contraceptive mentality is like you have to choose between a career slash freedom and a committed relationship. And I will grant in practice, there's all sorts of tragic conflicts that come from that. But then, too, you have to do this even when you're both like graduating from Yale and one or both of you are heirs to fortunes.
Well,
Like,
So it seems contrived. It's not a real choice.
it
Like she
seems
doesn't
like
need to make that choice.
it seems like it to me, or again, this was early on in one of the episodes, Lorelai goes on this spiel about how like she couldn't have raised Rory at least the way she did if Christopher was in the picture. And to me, it's like, or you could have raised her together and you could have figured it out. And that doesn't mean you can't have a business or I don't know. That to me is sort of, again, it's hard for me to not like get my hackles up and feel like there's a kind of usually subtle, but a kind of ideological message coming in.
Yeah. Okay. That sounds familiar. So this may be because it's kind of like a hangover from previous generations of women for whom that actually was the choice, right? Like until around my generation, maybe even a little bit later, most women definitely had to make that choice. Like it was either do what you want, and as far as outside the family, if you have any sort of like desire to do something, or get married, right? But then with contraception, you get like this change that takes place where you can actually do both of those things. And now we don't think of it that way, but I think there still is this historical hangover of, it's one or the other, but that's actually not true. Now, there's all sorts of things right and wrong with that perspective, I think, but man, that reminds me of like all the talks I had with my mom who like went through this. I had like a whole family full of maiden aunts, right, that never got married and did shit. So I got to hear about, oh, this one was an accountant, this one was a nurse, this one was like a teacher, but they all didn't get married because that was absolutely the choice that they had to make, right? Not the case now, but yeah, like maybe partly because during the time that this was written, women's lives still were expected to revolve around their husband's priorities. And that's sort of slowly gone away, right? There's probably too much to talk about there, but that sounds familiar and is no longer probably true, except to the extent that to have a relationship that's meaningful at all, you do have to give away part of yourself. You can't have everything you want all the time, right? But it's no longer, at least hopefully, women do all of that and guys don't do any of that. But that certainly was the way it was for a lot of people. Yeah. I don't know. Hopefully that made sense.
And do you think by inserting this argument into the show, like, do you think we're tearing the seams of the show?
About
Are we overloading? Are we making more of the show than the show actually gives us room to make?
I mean, I don't like it when people say like, oh, it's not that deep, because it is that deep, but I do think like you are sort of adding on more context, but the context fits within the show. So I don't have a problem with it.
Right.
So like Emily would have had to have made that choice. And you see in the revival how she's like, oh, I don't have a husband now. I can do what I want. And so like she leaves the whatever it is. It's not the DAR, but it's something like that. She's like, society bitches, I don't, want to deal with you anymore. And she has that relationship with that guy for a while and then decides, no, I don't even want to like hang out with him, and sort of rearranges her priorities and perhaps lives an even more authentic life, right? So she probably, because of the generation she was from, the 1950s, right? Like that was when she grew up and met whoever her husband was. But her daughter would have been what, 1960s, 70s type of generation. That was when all this stuff was happening. But actually, most hippie dudes were still wanting their wives to be like basically subservient, because sexism hang around for a long time. and then now you have like Rory, who has lived in a world, partly because how she was raised, because her mom was single, without those expectations at all. So she doesn't relate to men in the same way. And she's not thinking of relationships in the same way, probably.
No, but I think there is still that like societal pressure to conform to what they view a woman was. Because there have been like episodes where Rory dressed up as like that model 50s housewife based on some 50s TV show. I can't remember which one they reference. But they often have him playing into like that feminine stereotype.
Right. And this goes to like Nick's argument that depending on how you categorize it, baked into the show is either second or third wave feminism. And it's just kind of taken for granted. But it's still very much like the highest virtue is being able to choose, free to choose. And in that way, it's like very bourgeois, very liberal,
Yeah, I
with a
get.
capital L. And,
Mm.
and because I'm a neurotic mess, I'm constantly thinking, I'm losing sleep thinking about the ways that I and the society I live in, we're foreclosing on the possibilities to really take care of ourselves and each other in the name of our ability to choose to gratify our petty desires. And uh, and then of course I find that in the show. That
Yeah.
how much better journalism could Rory have written if she had just halfway settled down with Logan? Her living situation, some of her job stuff is settled, and then she can actually really decide what she wants to write about instead of trying to ping around and make her way on a ostensibly free market.
Oh, no, Spencer.
If she had the talent to do that, she could have done that. That's my opinion.
Hmm.
She did not, apparently. I mean, if you're really talented, you will probably be able to succeed. And
Something.
somebody that is somewhat talented but doesn't have that kind of extraordinary talent probably shouldn't aim to be a top level journalist to begin with, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, I can't really speak. It's not like they gave us writing samples. Or did they?
Yeah, they did not.
Sure. Right. And I realize
Sure.
I'm out on a limb, but
And I don't think the show gives it doesn't give enough information about how they think about like male female relationships are supposed to be. You know what I mean? Like you kind of have to guess by how they behave, but it's not like they're sitting around talking about it as far as I could tell, unless I'm wrong.
no, it's a vibe. It's the general ambient 2000s left liberal vibe that I insist is there. But yes, I mean, it rarely rises to the level of like explicit pronouncements.
I think what you're getting at is people are non-committal, and commitment actually is what gets us places, right? So like to the extent that you're non-committal, whether it's about your career or whether it's about your relationships, you're in this suspended state of animation, you're not as likely to actually produce results of some kind that's good. Would that be a way to reframe your objection? And maybe we could hear from Connor about that. Like,
Yes, I agree.
yeah. Okay. What do you think
No,
of that as
I think it's very astute. I really like that because, yeah, it's very much like a lot of times it's Lorelai as using like sex, anything as an escape. There's just a lot of different ways they escape the problems, and that just sort of makes the problems worse. So
Mhm.
yeah, that's very astute.
Right? There's a sort of floundering, which is a form of freedom, but it's a form of freedom that doesn't actually produce anything new, so it tends to repeat itself.
Hmm.
Yeah. But what the show doesn't get at is what is the price of commitment? Like if you saw Lorelai and her husband 10 years from now, since they got married finally, then you would see like what that is and maybe see what was yielded by that wasn't yielded before. Um, or if Rory decided to, I don't know, take Logan up on his offer, or whoever the dad is, like go find him and try to make some sort of, whether, like maybe it's just you need to be in your kid's life, but like let's have a commitment, then you could see what that is. But within the show as it is, you don't see enough of, except for with Emily, right? You see, apparently she didn't always enjoy the marriage, but she did keep the marriage
She was
and
committed.
right. And she misses her husband when he dies, clearly. Um, so maybe that's an example of, I mean, what would, do you guys see Emily as like the one that first of all, in the revival, sees the one, Emily is the one who makes the most change in her life
I
during
think
the revival? Okay.
Yeah.
Would that be a fruit or
I mean, it was like she gets her like the best relationship with like a maid and her whole family. Then they move to what, Nantucket or something. She seems fulfilled working in that whaling museum or something. So, I mean, I would say so.
Well, and I'd say like she kind of demonstrates, again, I don't know if the authors like mean to put this in, but like classically part of what old age is like letting go of your earthly attachments and
Mm,
like because you've done it. Like you have successfully like raised the next generation or two. And then part of it is, however you conceive of it, getting ready for death and the afterlife. And I feel like in a way she no longer needs to be like an authoritarian household owner, fulfilling the positions of like upper class society. So
uh,
it's a total like about face from like getting sued by some of her maids for being so draconian to like letting the maid's family just move in,
yeah,
because she's no longer having to play this game of like running the home economics.
yeah.
And then in a way you see how, I mean, I think it's all through the show, but the way she is in some ways so very much like Lorelai. Um,
How do you think she's like Lorelai?
I mean, in her own way, being like witty. Like one of my favorite lines in the show is early on in season one, where they forget to go to Lorelai and Rory forget to go to some family funeral of like a
Mm,
distant cousin because the neighbor's cat dies. And Emily calls and is like, anyway, Lorelai lets it slip that we didn't go to the cousin's funeral because we were at a cat's funeral. And then Lorelai invites her to something later on. And Lorelai says, I can't go. And Emily's like, why? Do you have a raccoon wedding to go to? And that's the type of line that like I feel like any of the Gilmores could end up saying that line. So like the humor, the wit, and just very emotional. You see it with both Richard and Emily, I think, that yes, they're more bridled by like their class expectations, but when they get their hackles up, they're as emotional as Emily and stubborn
oh, yeah.
as Lorelai is.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a pretty nice person in the revival.
Mhm.
And which is the one that I watched. So like I was surprised to learn that she had been such a draconian character with her like her household staff. Um, because at this point, yeah, like not only is she nice to them and lets them move in and seems to have no problem with kids running around the house, but also she's just eating whatever they serve her. And she's like, I don't know what it is, but it's good and I'm eating it, And she seems like the type of person that I would like to know, but it sounds like she made a huge about face.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I think that's admirable. She changes the most in a positive direction for whatever reason. Either her husband dies, which is kind of one of these like, okay, everything's kind of up for grabs now. Your life changed, so you can do what you want to with it. Or if it's partly like old age, yes, kind of like, okay, now I've done everything. I can kind of finally relax. Probably both. But I liked her, even though she's a maven.
Right. Right. And maybe that mirrors in a way where Rory's story ends about, okay, now she's pregnant. So now presumably her freelancing days are over.
Yeah.
And so who knows what the next phase is.
Motherhood.
Well, yeah, but then what does
If she keeps it, right? Like there's a chance that she does not.
she
I mean, I guess there's a chance, but my understanding was like that was the original supposed ending of the show. So that would have happened like 10 years before. So,
Ah,
um, so I think that was always sort of like that to like, oh, it started with Lorelai as a teen pregnancy, and then like, oh, Rory sort of did the same mistake. Sort of, yeah.
All right.
that makes sense. Yeah.
And
Which is
then
what makes it sort of hard to like judge it as a whole thing because you have like bits and pieces that have had to be moved around just for reality's sake.
Mm-hmm.
right. And I mean, now we're going out on a limb, but if in fact the baby is Logan's, which I personally hold to a conspiracy theory that it's somebody else, but if it is Logan's, then potentially she's set up since Logan doesn't really seem to love his fiance, and if it's Logan's babies, it's pretty imaginable that she ends up marrying Logan and quite possibly basically being like Emily, or
Uh,
something like the wife of a rich, successful person, and then potentially having to run the household.
Potentially, but that's a lot of what ifs when she turned down that life before.
You know, but now she's got a baby that weights things.
Doesn't mean she has to do it.
That's true. It's her life, her choice, after all.
Sure
All I
is.
know is that baby's going to be gorgeous.
All right. Well, I think that's a good stopping point, unless anybody has any other burning things that just must be said.
I think I'm good.
Yeah, I think this was great.
Well, thank you for fielding questions.
You're welcome. Hopefully they were decent enough.
I think so. It's going to
Okay.
be funny when this hits people's feeds and it's going to say, oh, I guess, yeah, we're soliciting feedback. This was our working title for the episode. Any improvements or whatever. I'm thinking either Gilmore Girls Deep Dive, probably not that, but at least it has like the double alliteration thing going on.
Uh,
Or Gilmore Girls as metaphor of WASP civilizational decline.
sure, why not?
Because I was
I
thinking,
like WASP.
Susan Sontag, wasn't it sickness as metaphor or AIDS as, was it metaphor?
I don't know.
Highly.
It was either metaphor or symptom, but I feel like illness as metaphor. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I kind of like it. I like the use of the word WASP.
Mhm.
So you'd be okay with that one? You like that one, Connor?
I'm sure, yeah. Go for the decline of the wasps.
Mhm. I feel like it is, yeah. Maybe the crypto misogyny or whatever isn't baked in, but I feel like that story of WASP decline.
Well, and I think that feeds into that sort of like left liberal decline, sort of I don't know.
Hmm. That's something we should explore even more as we go through this. I thought that was a really insightful thought. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you again.
Yeah, have a good rest of your day.
All right, for this part of the Gilmore Girls multi-interview episode, we have on my aunt who's here, who has just recently started watching Gilmore Girls, and we wanted to get an older, wiser person's perspective on what a show like this is like.
You ready for me already?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Like,
It'll be interesting to see what you think, Lori. I thought it was like it's very warm and cozy, like, it's a nice show to watch. I think I've aged out of it, and I don't know if I maybe could have watched it in my 20s. And I like it well enough, but I don't know if I will keep watching it
Mhm.
because it seems very tailored for maybe teenagers. It feels very teenager, I think.
so
And
like
can you,
why what aspect of it feels like that?
Um, I think what feels very teenage about it is like how they're talking about boys. and how like it's all about, I mean, their whole lives are about boys almost. It feels like they're not doing anything. I mean, and it's fine, but they're not doing anything except boys. Lorelai and her, and a little bit about her mom and dad, but not much. It's mostly boys.
That makes
And
sense.
oh yeah, and the last episode I watched um they were all about her first kiss. So the whole episode was how it felt and everything, which is wonderful if you're 16. But I mean, I'm older than that now, so it's like, okay, I get it. Yeah.
And can you talk a bit more about how the show feels warm and cozy?
I think they did that really well. Like, Lorelai took, she said like the snow is like a gift, and she said it's magical, and they live in this beautiful bucolic small town, and even their corner grocery store is lovely, and all the people know each other, and it looks like there's a common square, and yeah, it's just very cozy, and you hardly see cars at all. Nobody's in a car hardly. Yeah, very cozy.
So did you find that irritating or cozy yourself? Because I found
Wait,
it irritating.
oh,
The
you
the
did?
town, the
Oh,
bucolic like quaintness of the town felt really overbearing and contrived to me, and I just didn't like it.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Um, um, did it seem like inauthentic or
Yes. Fake, kind
inauthentic?
of fake. Yep, like you were going to a tourist village, like
Oh,
nobody acts that way is what I was thinking. Like, who are these people, right?
you're
I
you're you're right. It was, but they also did that for her next show, which I love, Marvelous Mrs. Maisel that she did. Amy Sherman Palladino did that, Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, and that was a bucolic view of New York City that didn't exist really too. But I don't know. I didn't find it annoying so much as it really bothered you, though, more
It
than
did. Yeah. I was just like, I couldn't live here. I just couldn't live here. Like I can't imagine myself living there. Because I would be like, so why are you acting this way? Like, why? I lived in Virginia for 1 year, and people were super nice there because of the
Mhm.
Southern, culture. And I felt suspicious of them because in my world, people don't act. I'm
Oh,
like, what? I just could not deal with it. But I can kind of see the other side of the coin that it's kind of this dream town in a way, isn't it?
it is, and it's interesting because it didn't bother me because, well, I grew up in a town of 2,500 people, and I mean, it wasn't bucolic like that, but everybody, I mean, it was so friendly, and like people even now, like I realized people thought I was too friendly for a long time where I live now in a city. Um, so the friendliness didn't bother me, but yeah, everybody knew everything. And you're not
Mhm.
used to that, but I was more used to that, maybe.
Okay, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um, but even it was a little overdone. I mean, they're even friends with their neighbors, and we knew our neighbors, but we weren't like they weren't over at our house all the time, that kind of thing. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. Hmm.
You aren't coming over for a cat funeral.
Right, right. A cat funeral. That's right. Oh, but they sure had wonderful actors. I mean, that you saw in other stuff. That was really good. Yeah. But yeah, it is interesting about the small town thing. Yes.
Yeah. So so you can imagine how you would feel about the show if you were in your 20s, but how do parts of the plot and the characters strike you now?
Okay. And at the risk of sounding really cynical, it's it's a little well, I can more relate to Emily, her mom now, than I can like Lorelai, because I mean, back when I was 30, I was more focused on on guys. But now, there's a lot more in the world. And a lot of it seems overdone, like they're talking about the boys, or Like they were on one time they were on the balcony and they were eating ice cream and their favorite song came on and they ran in and danced. And maybe I did that in my 20s, but I don't think I even did that in my 30s. So a lot of it feels really too young for me now to watch. You know, I like more the parts of the show that have her mom and dad in it. Yeah.
And how does, when the mom and dad have conflict, how does it strike you now? When the mom and the dad have conflict with the younger generations, how does that strike you now versus how would it have struck you when you were in your 20s?
Oh, that's a good question. I probably would have been more on the kid side, but now, I mean, I understand her mom and she doesn't even seem that bad to me. Like I think they make their mom out to be worse than she is. But I'd be interested to see what Lori thinks about that.
So I think she does have good and bad qualities. But it reminds me of just the generational story of, the, I guess, post-war generation was kind of like, we're going to raise our kids strictly, and we're going to have standards, and we're not your friend. And then the next generation kind of rebelled against that. That would be Lorelai, where she's like, I'm just not going to do any of that, and I'm going to raise my child very differently. And then Rory kind of being the, I guess, the millennial and later generation type person in my mind. I mean, I don't know what you would classify her as, right? But so I see that kind of drama playing out, and I guess I have sympathy. I do kind of have sympathy for Emily in the sense that I actually, if I had to choose like how to parent, and this is how I did parent, I would probably choose closer to the Emily style because I think it produces people with backbone. And I don't see Lorelai as having that. And being kind of confused about like, who am I, a parent? Am I a friend of my daughter? Which I think is a serious mistake when it comes to parenting. So like, I don't know if that helps, but that's my immediate take on your question.
Well, that's what I've always like. I don't have kids, but I'm a really good aunt, I hope. But I don't think you're ever supposed to be friends with your kids. Like her and she wants Lorelai to, I mean, Lorelai wants Rory to tell her everything. And when they were talking about the first kiss, it was like they were the same age, which was kind of weird because one's 32 and one's 16. So that was kind of weird. I never talked to my mom like that, and you wouldn't even tell your mom about your first kiss. I never did. I think that would have been,
Me neither. Me neither.
and and your mom would never ask. Like back then, like my mom, they didn't ask. I mean, they didn't know what you were doing on a weekend. When I was
Yeah.
out of high school, but even in high school, they didn't really ask what you were doing. They wanted to know where you were going, but they didn't ask what you were doing so much. And they didn't get in your
Yeah.
business or whatever. Yeah.
They didn't want to know unless it rose to the occasion of a serious problem, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So I think Lorelai is maybe too involved, but
Mhm.
so that's kind of an interesting premise for a show that they're the Gilmore girls, I guess they're talking about all three of them, the three generations, but those two, they really are girls, not like adults. Or, Lorelai does not act like an adult. I don't
Mm-mm.
think sometimes, yeah.
Right. Or it seems to me that in the show she's presented in this kind of, in some way she is an adult, like she has a real job, she's paying her mortgage, she is doing adult things. But then they're at a like emotional, relational level. She's this kind of case of arrested development.
That sounds right.
Mhm.
And
Even
she's
down to partly
huh?
offloading her dreams of perhaps how she could have lived her life. She didn't go to college, but Rory needs to go to Harvard.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry, were you about to say something?
Oh, me?
Mhm.
No, not me. I'm
Yeah.
good. No, I think
Yeah.
that's really good though. I think that's true arrested development. Although Lorelai is really likable. She's very likable.
Mhm.
Yeah. She wants to relate. I think she thinks a lot about her relationships. And yet she's not authoritative, and I think gets somewhat confused about, did we lose her? We lost her. She dropped off. Oh, hopefully she'll come back.
With that thought, yeah, she'll probably figure it out. She's a big girl.
Mhm. There she is.
Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Uh,
Yeah, we can.
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
Everything
Just
good?
for our sake, turn the camera again.
Yes.
So we're not looking at you sideways.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think I was just basically agreeing with you, Mary, that that Lorelai, and Spencer also mentioned this, seems to be not completely mature. And I guess that's what I meant by like authoritative, right? She doesn't exude, like when you get to her point in life, you should be somewhat more like this decisive or settled on, who you are and then how you relate to other people. And she's still not settled. And that's how I take her constant kibitzing with her daughter, which I think is preventing her daughter from like becoming her own person.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because she's so overly involved, like just too, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in my and if I can complain, I guess you can cut this out, but I really like Lorelai. She's very likable, but I mean, it must be hard to be her because every time she meets any available man, they immediately fall for her. Like she is, it's just like seriously, like okay, like anybody she meets, it's just they just have to date her. And it's like, okay, wow, all right. It's just a little much. Like you find the village a little much. I find that a little much. Yeah. Yeah.
Not plausible. You're not finding it
No,
plausible.
not
Okay.
plausible. Yes, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Or there's that many available men. It's in a small town, but it's kind of like Murder She Wrote. Um, it could never believe there were that many murders in such a small town. So,
Right.
same
Now,
thing. Yeah.
would you in your 20s have bought it?
Oh, I probably wouldn't have thought about it. I probably just would have gone along with how good the show was. You're right. I wouldn't have given it a second thought, probably.
It would just be part of the ensemble of coziness of the rest of the show.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Yeah.
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 So how have you changed from your 20s to now to where before you wouldn't have thought that was weird or just all men falling over themselves because Lorelai's so pretty and charming or whatever. What's been your shift from identifying with Lorelai to identifying with Lori? Or sorry,
Oh, identifying with
from
Emily.
Lorelai to Emily. Yeah.
Well, I don't know where the years went, first of all, but I think we are just a little more, I mean, I'm sure we're all, and me too, are a little more cynical. So you're like, I don't know about that. Or we're a lot more, it seemed like an innocent time back then. So like now we're more aware of things, and that seemed kind of far-fetched. Like, I don't know, it just seems like a more I don't know, everything is more it's just different now. And I don't know if that was age or what, but things don't seem as innocent as they used to be. But I don't know, Laura, do you think it's our age or do you think it's the times we live in?
It's probably just how we were raised relative to how people were raised later. I had parents that went through as children, the Great Depression and World War II. And so they just had a different way of relating, and that colors your own development. And I tended to kind of, I'm not quite a, I'm like right on the edge of boomer and whatever came after that. And I didn't have the rebellion situation as, boomers tended to do.
Hmm.
And so I actually kind of like related to the world pretty similar to the way my parents did. So that's why I think I look at some of their behavior in the Gilmore Girls and I'm like, decide, do something, like work hard, um,
Commit.
have some authority.
Be an adult, maybe. Be
Right,
be
right.
adult
Yeah.
like, or
Responsible,
yeah.
decisive. Yeah.
Well, even Lorelai has a kind of an unresponsible job so far that I've seen, because she can kind of, it looks like she can leave work whenever she wants, or, for running a pretty busy thing, she has a lot of responsibility, but yet has a lot of freedom, like almost like it's not as a big a job as it is. So that really makes her not seem grown up either. I mean, she takes charge a little bit there, but most of the time she's not there, or she's kibbutzing, you said, like in the kitchen with Suki. She's not at the desk handling all the emergencies, it doesn't seem like.
Mhm.
So that makes her not seem adult either.
Yeah.
Hence, I
Sorry,
guess the
Spencer.
girls and Gilmore Girls.
Yeah.
Ah,
There is there's like a long adolescence. But
Yeah.
they're not the Gilmore women. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
Spencer, what do you think about the small town? You grew up in Western Kansas. What do you think about the small town?
I mean, I see why what both of you see in it. I feel like the small town they're presenting isn't like the small towns in Western Kansas. It's more like the kind of the sleepy, do they call them bedroom communities?
Mm,
Like what's that? Is it Southern Missouri? There's like Eureka Springs where they have all the kind of like boutique gift shops. To me, it's more of that sort of a vibe, like a tourist town more than a place where people are just living normally.
yes.
And to me, like,
Perceived it too.
I mean, like we've talked about, I have a kind of, I somewhat enjoy the show, but mostly I kind of have a cynical take on sort of the more subtle stuff on the margins. So, like, I kind of view the show almost the implicit cynicism, I think, is that it's a story about the Gilmore girls and still the upper class that they're a part of. And then the
Mm.
sleepy town is kind of a backdrop for them to like escape to or imagine that they're living a more authentic, humble life than they actually are.
I felt I was like, one of my first reactions was, why are these people here? Like they have a lot of wealth. Ultimately, they could be anywhere, but they're here, in a town where nothing seems to happen. And that just seems like, it doesn't feel normal. I agree with Spencer. It feels like a tourism type of situation.
Yeah, like for the dad to have that how high powered of a job. I mean, maybe he commutes to New York every day, but he seems he doesn't belong there. He's like in a Fortune 500 company. Like, what's he doing in a sleepy tourist bedroom community? Yeah, that's a good
Well,
point. What are they doing there?
and in their case, it's they live in Hartford, that part of the story.
Okay.
But what's
So
that
that's
near?
fairly urban.
Is that near? What's that near? I don't know.
I mean, I think isn't Hartford just like a big, pretty wealthy town, city?
It's a lot bigger than whatever Stars Hollow is. Let's see.
Hartford is the
Hartford.
capital of Connecticut, and it has a population of 121,000.
Oh,
This town seems like it's about as small as where I grew up or smaller. I mean, we only see about 4 blocks of it. I mean, yeah, maybe it's only 8 blocks wide and 3 blocks long. I mean, it seems really small. Like there's like 100 people maybe in it, maybe 100. Yeah. It doesn't seem like 120. We never see cars. I mean, hardly
yeah,
driving.
One of the plots in
yeah,
the
yeah.
middle season is they put in one stoplight,
Oh.
and then the joke is that it's totally unnecessary and it basically creates traffic jams because it's, you know,
So have you seen Doc Martin, Mary?
Oh,
Have you ever
yes.
watched that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Doc Martin as far as the town goes. Like this tiny
Oh.
town, everybody, it's like you're imagining what life ideally was like 100 years ago, and everybody knows everybody. And the town is, they have a super close identity,
Mhm.
which just doesn't exist anymore. Virgin River is also like that. I've mentioned that before, but it's a Netflix series in this, I think they're in like Colorado or Montana or someplace like that. And it's this tiny town that this nurse retreats to after she's had a miscarriage. And she finds this wonderful, tight knit community that's very diverse still, too. But everybody loves everybody else, but they're in each other's business. And you get the same feeling that it's like, wow, I'm not even sure I want to be there, but it doesn't exist, right?
Yeah. Oh, but you're right. It does feel very Doc Martin. And of course, all the everybody's quirky. Nobody's like normal. Like Suki's not normal, and none of them are normal.
No,
Even and is it? Oh, what's the guy's name? The Luke, is that his name? The cafeteria guy. Like, you know, most diner guys aren't that attractive, or yeah, just a little offbeat. So
Mhm.
really interesting characters like Doc Martin. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, they're
Um,
all kind of like characters,
yeah,
and like
characters.
oddball characters. Yeah.
Yes, like Sally Struthers, that's oddball, and her husband, that's very oddball. And yeah, everybody's, yeah, they almost make Lorelai and Rory seem normal because they're
Hmm.
all so odd. Yeah.
Hmm. Which
Hmm.
makes them feel like tourists. Like
Oh,
we're these normal
yeah.
but wealthy, successful people, but we're not. We're choosing to live in this kind of almost Disney World type of town.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Because I found out Disney, was it Disney World or Disneyland? They made their Main Street. They took it off of Fort Collins, Colorado, which it has the most beautiful downtown I've seen in America, but all these blocks and stuff. And so that's kind of like they could have taken, it's like they took that and made the Disneyland for Gilmore Girls, Stars Hollow. Like, yes, it feels very Disneyland
Yeah,
in that sense. Yes, yes.
it
I
does to
know what
me
you mean.
too. And I
I
think,
think
if I
so.
if I had those resources, I would not live there. I would go someplace else. I would go to like Chicago or New York or Paris or, something, but not Stars Hollow. So like, why are you trading like reality for this bucolic dream? Uh, anyway, but I realize that I think for me, I think it represents like modern people's longing for community, but they don't know what that really looks like.
Yeah. But it is
Mhm.
interesting that Amy Sherman Palladino, her next show was set in New York, which was interesting. I mean, it still became like a very small community, but she did set it in a big town, you know. But
Yeah. Okay.
um,
Huh.
yeah.
Like Cheers, like everybody knows your
Um,
name. You're in a city, you go to the bar, and
yes.
everybody's there.
Yes,
Yeah.
because she would go to a specific comedy club a lot of the time, or she would have they would have a place where they would form around. It would be, that they would all center around and all the people would be there. Yeah.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
um but she still had, which I do like, the rapid fire dialogue. I like that. And they have that in Mrs. Maisel too. But I like Mrs. Maisel more because it doesn't feel so teenager. Because this one feels, I hope that's okay to say, it just feels kind of teenager show. So I mean, it's easy to watch, but I don't know if I keep watching it. Yeah, I don't know. But I do like it more. The more I watch, the more I like it. So, yeah.
Mhm. So if you could go back in time and talk to your 20-year-old self who is identifying with Lorelai and feels like Emily is mean,
Oh,
what would you say knowing what you now know?
um, I would say talk to your mom more because this one episode really got me about Emily. When she's sitting in the car with Richard and she realizes that she really doesn't know Lorelai and she wants to, she just doesn't know how because she can't relate to her. Were you going to say something, Lori? I
Mm-mm.
know. No, but she can't, she really wants to. And even in our family spins, there was some of that my mom wanted to connect with, one of my sisters and she just couldn't. They wanted to so bad, but they just couldn't connect. And it's kind of like Lorelai and her mom are kind of like oil and water. They just can't, they just, I mean, Emily doesn't get Lorelai's sense of humor and Emily kind of finds her annoying and they just can't and they want to really bad, but they can't. They just can't connect. And that's sad for me at my age. And at 20, I wouldn't have understood. I just would have said, oh, Emily's just bad. I would have said, Emily's bad. She's just judgmental and bad, right? Black and white.
But now you're more attuned to like the tragedy of the situation.
Yes, or I can see both sides and I yeah, and you're more on the outside going, "Oh, they both want a relationship, but they can't have it." And I've had years under my belt, so I've seen it like even in my own family if people can't just, you know, you just want to connect but you can't talk or something. Yeah. So, yeah. So I really feel for Emily. I think Emily's my most empathetic character on the show. She's the one I wish more for her because maybe she has a lot of friends, but she seems kind of lonely. Or
Right. I feel
So,
like
hmm?
oh, I was just going to say, you need to watch the Netflix remake, right? Or not remake, but revival.
Oh, the
You
new
should at
one with the
least watch
four
that. Yeah,
episodes.
you should watch that because there's changes that take place in all of them. And Emily doesn't go into therapy with Lorelai, but well, yes, she does. That's it. Though Emily and
Oh,
Lorelai go into therapy together. So anyway, you should watch that.
oh, okay. So it
Mm.
is good. The four, isn't it like four episodes or something?
Yeah, I think
I
it
think.
helps like
Okay.
bring some more meaning to the rest of the show, probably.
But isn't it interesting that that is such a G-rated or PG-rated uh, show, and at the same time, Sex and the City was going on HBO. Woo! But at the time, Sex and the City was really cutting edge and way out there. But this one is so innocent compared to that. And I wasn't watching that either at the time. Well, I think it was 2000, so I don't know why I didn't grow up watching Gilmore Girls. I don't remember what was going on, but I remember hearing about it, but I never watched it.
and what do you make of my theory that Gilmore Girls is kind of like Sex in the City for teenagers?
I think that would be, yes, because it's kind of relationships and boys. And yeah, I think that's a good analysis. I think it is.
So the through thread for you is that in the Gilmore Girls, they're way too much about boys, and then in Sex and the City, I would agree with you. In Sex and the City, that's like all they care about. I've watched like
Yeah.
one season of it, and I'm like, look, it seems like it's the same repeating show, like over and over again. And I'm like, women, just like stop. They are
Yes.
in New York City, all right, and the message seems to strongly be you will not be complete unless you have like a relationship with a man, right? That's permanent or something. And they're like whiling away their days in pursuit of this, right? By having relationships that too often go straight to sexual, right? Which
Mm-hmm.
is a death knell for like having an actual real relationship. And ooh, like I wouldn't want to watch that show past the first season for that reason. The Gilmore Girls seems like it has other stuff going on. It's partly about, like, I agree with you that it's maybe too much about the guys, but there's also this generational stuff going on between the women.
Yes, which is
Do you,
good.
do
I'm
you,
glad they have that.
yeah, what do you think about that? Like just the interplay among the three generations of women?
I like that. I like that it's about, it's nice to be a woman and have that where you can see, because a lot of what they do, I've been through it, or it's happened to people I know, or that's how, you've seen that before. So it's nice to see from a woman's point of view. Like, I don't know if there's a guy's show like that. Spencer, is there? Where they have generational men?
I mean, it must be out there, but I'm pretty unplugged from these things.
Yeah, I don't know. But Lori, to answer your question, yes, I like the generational things. Especially I relate to the Lorelai, her mom thing, because I don't understand this being friends with the kids. Like right now I see that with some of my friends and I'm like, oh my gosh, like it is a disaster. Like it's not good. I haven't seen it work very well.
No.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I
And
think
why?
it's confusing.
Yeah. And beyond being confusing, why do you think it doesn't work very well?
You're a mom, Lori. I'll let you take this one.
So I very, very rarely have crossed that boundary. Like I can probably count on one finger when I've like actually related to my son as just a friend, right? And it was at a time when I was having like a lot of stress, right? But even during my I'm divorced, so like even during my worst moments of like right after the divorce, I did not do that except for that one time, right?
Mm.
um and that was out of like extreme like emotional stress. So I, I think that that really needs to be preserved. And you can have like a very loving relationship with your child. And even as an adult, you can be friends with your child. And I believe that I am friends with my son. We have very long conversations. But what we don't talk about and never will talk about is his romantic relationships in detail, nor mine. Okay. And why is that? Well, because even as an adult, that is disturbing because even as an adult, the parent is the parent. And there's a comfort in knowing that that parent is somewhat of an authoritative figure.
Mm-hmm.
And you cannot lose that without disturbing a person. So if you start talking about especially your like romantic relationships in detail, and if you start talking about in detail your psychological problems or whatever, then you are crossing that. There really is, I mean, I know it's kind of psychobabble these days, but there is this boundary that if you cross it, disturbs the adult child and is it does a lot of harm. So a parent
Mm-hmm.
always stays a parent to a certain extent. And I've done that and I think my son is better for it, right? And I don't think that I don't need in him that friend because I have a girlfriend, my best girlfriend that I can tell anything to, right? So I've got somebody
Mm-hmm.
for that. um I think parents that do that, it's almost a form of abuse. I would call it a form of psychological abuse. And I have seen people like harmed by that. So, Lorelai and her relationship to to Rory, like borderline crosses that line, and that I find that disturbing.
What does
Not
it
to
do
get
to
too
the
serious,
child?
but
What does that do to the
um,
child,
they
Lori?
lose their primeval authority figure. The parent is almost like God when you're growing up, and you never completely lose that. You want to have something in the world that you can fall back on, that gives you guidance and that you can trust. And a parent shouldn't lie to their child, but there's absolutely no reason to tell them the absolute full truth of all of their stuff.
Yeah.
So um, they lose that. The child, I think, loses some sense that there's like a stable something in the world.
Hmm.
Everybody needs that, and when you lose that, then just I mean, so many of us go through life. Things happen, and you lose some of that. But if your parent is like the final connection with that, so like in my divorce, I lost the sense that you could trust somebody after knowing them for years, right? Because you
Oh,
can't necessarily, right? So, but what I haven't lost to this day is the fact that I can trust my father, who's still alive and is has always maintained those boundaries. And there's something very anchoring about that. If he did something like that, then I would be kind of rudderless, right? So the parent child relationship is extremely significant psychologically, in my view. And I think modern shows and modern culture tends to really play with that and doesn't understand kind of the sacredness of it.
that is really interesting to hear too, especially, I mean, because at your age, which is whatever it is, 50-ish or something, I don't know, or 40-ish, 50-ish, I'm not
I'm
sure.
not gonna I'm not gonna like confirm or deny
You
anything.
don't have to. No, but I mean to have your parent at this age is so wonderful. But I mean how nice, but it's interesting to know you still, even at your age, to know you could use a rudder. You're not 20 or 30 or whatever, and you don't need a
Right.
rudder. Isn't that interesting? Even at your age, you know.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I know that he's not a perfect person, but he has always been towards me a responsible person.
Oh, nice.
And so he's a model of how to be a responsible person and a responsible parent. And everybody needs that. They need somebody in their life that can fulfill that role so that they can imagine themselves doing it. And if you lose that, it makes it that much harder for you to be that person for somebody else. It doesn't
Well,
have to be like your child either. It can be friends. It can be, your nieces and nephews, as it
mhm.
is with you, right? It's just that you have like this model, right, that didn't cross that line, and that creates a permanent marker on you if you have it.
Well, and you know what? I like because I know you guys talk a lot about, well, I think about culture and politics and stuff, but like I look around, I'm like, oh my gosh, like, and I understand, like, I would like someone that's responsible in there because I think, and I look around, I go, where are the adults? Like, like, where are the adults? Like, you hear all the politicians and they're acting like kids and calling each other names, and it's like, oh my gosh, we could all use, and maybe we'd all feel better if there were more adults around than, or that we could look up to, because I look at local politics or national, I'm like, you can't really think of them as adults or someone you can look up to. So I think it goes even further than your family, even. It would be nice.
Absolutely.
No.
Yeah, and I mean one of the things that's, as Emily and I were watching this, like one of the things that struck me about it is like implicitly it is in this the show itself kind of takes for granted a world of like basically like impotent authority or non-existent authority. So then it's the situation where like children or like man children, woman children, whatever, adults that are in these states of arrested development, what life is just bumping around in the dark. And a kind of like ironic idea that if, let's say, adults were to come around and start cleaning house in Stars Hollow or really in our world, it would be seen as sort of authoritarian paternalism. And we wouldn't tolerate it. I think on that, we wouldn't tolerate it, is my sense. And then part of me wonders to what extent is that because, in a very minor way, people have watched shows like Gilmore Girls, where they've internalized this has just become a normal state of affairs. This is what keeps me up at night, at least.
It definitely reflects the norm now, right? So it kind of helps reinforce the norm. I think the problem that we have right now is we don't. So the entity or the person that's likely to come in and act like they're the parental figure is actually a child, right? Like these politicians, right? We don't have examples of people like I would say Pope Leo is kind of like maybe an example of somebody who is an adult, right? Pope Leo actually is acting like an adult most of the time, if not all of the time. And so when he speaks, you listen to him and, it seems wise. But as far as most of our experience, we're being governed and kind of, yeah, like the most of the people in charge seem to be children. So there's this deep suspicion on my part that anybody who claims to bring order is just another child who's going to make things worse by impeding my freedom. So we have this dilemma of like, there's not enough grown-ups in the room that, like, who are you gonna, how do you recognize a person who's got that kind of authority that's benevolent and not just bossy? Yeah.
It's needed, isn't it? I think it's needed. Yeah. But
Yeah.
and think about all the what's the word, uncivilness. I don't think that's quite the right word, but just like being in a car, like I mean, I didn't used to get, and I think I drive well, but anyway, I didn't used to get yelled at, and people like are yelling or like every day when I go out now. It used to be like maybe once a month I would see that. So it just seems like it's getting uncivil too and more childish. So yeah, but I really think we need more adults or whatever our parents looked like, you know.
Hmm. Yeah. And I feel like you've got an adult when that person does benevolent things towards you, always wants your well-being, is kind, right? And so that's what we lack, right? We have a lot of people in charge or who want to be in charge who are very aggressive
Oh
and
yeah.
bossy and say just follow me. But what we don't have is a sense that those people have our best interest at heart. And maybe that the confusion or just like the lack of availability, I don't know, but like the Gilmore Girls represents partly to me this loss of ability to discern like actual authority and wisdom, just letting it go. That
Because it's
I don't like.
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't
No,
mean to.
I'm done. Yeah.
No, but I don't even, and I'm still in the first season, but I'm almost done with the first season, but I haven't seen a lot of authoritarianism. And when they come up against it with Emily, boy, they sure don't like it. I mean, they don't even go after her dad because he's pretty just kind of there, but boy, they are like fight back against the authority of Emily.
And that's probably because Emily doesn't project enough I love you.
Probably, yeah. There's not, yeah, that's a good point, Lori. Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't seem
first
benevolent.
you have to establish the I love you, and then you have to communicate why these things are wrong. And then you have to bear with the person while they make their mistakes and stay by their side as they're doing it, right? So I think Emily strikes me as somebody who like has part of the recipe, but not all of the recipe.
Oh, I think that's true. Yes. If she did it in a different manner, like you're saying, the right, correct manner, it would go a lot better. It would, yeah, it'd be more
Mm.
well received.
Right. It would
Mhm.
be easier to receive, but my gut says at the end of the day, Lori or Lorelai had so identified her sense of self with probably her passions and her desires so much that she probably still wouldn't have listened, is what my
Or,
gut
oh
says.
yeah, and maybe her identity was not her mom. Anything but how her mom would do things. Maybe there's that too. That, because
Right.
don't some people identify by not being something.
Right. And I mean, and it's pretty explicit in the show. I mean, one of her later boyfriends, literally his pitch to date her is your mom would hate you dating me.
Oh,
And
and
it
she likes that.
and it
She
mostly
likes that.
works. Yeah.
What?
And it
Huh?
mostly works. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So we
yeah,
interviewed Spencer's brother, um, and Connor thought that even though the parents are somewhat not are responsible, the children also have their own autonomy, and so it's not fair to like blame the parents, right? And I guess I would push back on that a little bit because I think that in the early years, like 0 to 12, you can really shape your child's character a lot. And and so while it's not 100%, I think there's quite a bit more responsibility than most people in our society want to realize because we all like want to say we're autonomous individuals with our own decisions. And but literally, like I think there at least 50% of a person's character is formed by how they are raised. So I think there really is that responsibility there. Um, Sorry, I kind of interjected.
yeah. And I think, yes, it's all very complicated. And then you put it in the context too of like, I think part of what this show is showing is like an American story of the parents are part of like the baby boom, the 40s, 50s. And then Lorelai is born post 60s and all the revolution, the cultural revolution, the sexual revolution. She's very post 1968. She believes in freedom, individuality, authenticity. And therefore almost all of Emily's appeals or arguments, such as they are, is like there are societal norms and expectations, and we need to behave in ways befitting our station. Which in its own way is a kind of contradictory, it's a kind of like aristocratic hierarchical argument that in America post 60s falls on deaf ears because I thought we're all supposed to be individuals and free. And anyway, I feel like that's part of the sort of implicit story of this show. And then what happens when someone like Lorelai is like a permissive postmodern parent that tells her kid to do what she wants. And then the irony is at the end of the day, the kid doesn't know what she wants.
They did make that about Rory. She can't make up her mind much, right? Didn't they kind of do that about her? She just can't make up her mind. And that might be
Hmm.
what you were talking about, Lori, about, if you, yeah, they not
Yeah.
letting her be her own person or make her own decisions,
Mhm.
maybe. Is that
Yeah, that's kind of what I think. I think that her mother affirmed her a great deal, in whatever it was that she was thinking at the moment. And that's not realistic, right? It kind of doesn't give Rory a sense of what actual success or being right is when you're
mm,
sort of like, yeah, whatever you want to do is fine. It's not fine,
right?
like
Yeah, you might need some parameters on that, kind of like bring it back in.
Right. I mean, that's part of the parent's job, if they're doing it right, is at least responding. They may not always listen, but you should respond like with some objectivity about whether that's a good idea or not. And then they can hate that if they want, but like she does seem to be just a very loose parenting type of person.
Well, and I read what you said about, about you can really mold a child up to 12 or 13, but they said like if he's 18 and he's lying and has bad whatever, I mean, your chance was 0 to 13. It's really, that was it. I mean, you can maybe do a little bit, but not like you could at 0 to 13. You really want to
Right.
install those values and stuff by then. And I thought, wow,
Right.
that's scary or fortunate depending on how you parent it, I guess. Yeah, but
Yeah, no, I mean, and that's really true. And think about how, and I don't know with the Gilmore Girls, we don't see what happened to Rory like in her early childhood, but we outsource parenting because of our economy at a very early age, right? So like they're in daycare,
mhm.
they're in preschool, they're then in school. So there's like a great deal of their lives that we don't get to participate in. And I think a lot of people think, well, then they're kind of raising my kids. So how much concentrated effort do I really need to put into this, right? That doesn't help either. Because literally, I think that's true. 0 to 12. Once you get to puberty, like all bets are off, basically.
Mhm.
It's you got until then to imprint on this person like some self-control and reason. And
Yeah.
I think a lot of that isn't attended to anymore, which makes me sound really old-fashioned.
No,
But
but
nevertheless,
you're I mean, in college, but I have a friend and she teaches special ed, and so many of the parents, even like in special ed, they expect the school to take care of all these things and not
yeah,
themselves. Yeah.
yeah. Like you are actually making a person. You're a big part of making that person. And it needs to be taken seriously. And they're not your friend. Again,
Mm-mm.
but yeah.
Yeah.
And then haven't you seen, Mary, haven't you seen like the character of the people that are coming through Midtown Kansas City? Haven't you noticed like
Oh,
an overall decline in the last several decades?
I have, because I've reached a 25-year my anniversary in December, and it is harder and harder to find the values I kind of look for when I'm pre-screening people to come to an apartment, and and they are more and more like kids and not adults the more they come, like for instance, and or maybe they're not trained, but a lot of them now, it started 15 years ago. All of a sudden it was like, and they come in different, like almost like 10-year periods. They don't know how to use garbage disposals, and they grew up with garbage disposals, but I mean, and they don't know how to use dishwashers. So, I mean, they have not, even the simplest things at home, they haven't been taught. And that kind of transfers to other things. They'll ask me stuff and I'm like, oh my gosh, like you don't know that yet? So and they're maybe 20, 21. So yeah, they seem way younger than they used to be, less adult-like, yes. Are you seeing that in college, Lori?
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of them don't come with the fundamental necessary habits to be a successful student, like
Mm,
showing up, like literally putting stuff in your schedule so that you're going to be here at this time. Also, there's a lot of, again, I'm sounding crotchety or whatever, but I feel like I've been teaching for 30 years, okay? And I feel like the whining and excuse making ramped up like this.
Oh,
And
oh
now,
yes, I
like
see that too.
oh my God, like a quarter of the class has like some problem, some sort of special thing
Oh,
that means that they can't like get it done.
oh, we
And
would
and
never have
so
done that. Never have done
uh,
that.
my
No.
workload has gone up as I try to like deal with all of these people with all of their things that interfere with their ability to get these things done.
Oh, I see that
And
too. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, and you're absolutely right about just basic skills, like basic skills. And I think that it's partly parenting, but it's also partly just our economy. Like it's such a I don't know, a relentless pressure on everybody, right? Okay, like uh, do you get your kid to go with you? I mean, that's what my dad did. I went with him everywhere, right? So I learned all these things, and I'm sure I wasn't helpful at all, but like I learned how to do all the things that he did. Or do you let your kid be babysat by, the TV, the video game, the iPad, whatever. So I think that a lot of my students have had very minimal like external regulation, and you know and so they haven't learned, okay, you have to be up by this time. If you have an appointment, keep it. If you have made a promise, keep it. um I don't know, like there's a lack of pride, a sense of pride in accomplishing something. So like right now we're dealing with AI, and I will tell you, like especially in freshman and sophomore years, the majority of these kids will use AI to write their paper for them now, because they lack pride, right? They don't have this sense of, I would be ashamed of myself if I did that.
Wow.
Just whatever. Yeah. So it's become more challenging to be in my position, because of that. And I did not sign up to be other people's babysitter.
Especially at the
So
college level, like the college level, you would think that would have been all taken care of if it needed to be, maybe in the, yeah,
right,
or it wouldn't have been, but we never, I mean, we would never have complained to the teacher about, anything like emotional issues or anything, and maybe they feel more comfortable doing that now. I don't know. But
they do.
oh my gosh.
They do.
I can't
They do.
imagine. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Which, I mean, I'm a human being, and I think I'm a pretty like kind, benevolent human being. If a person is actually going through an actual life crisis, I totally understand that. But what I'm seeing is a lot of people who just, they're not developing the spine, to be able to like just deal with stuff, you know, and that's what I'm impatient with. Yeah, it's really quite tiresome. So I am totally observing that as well. And I feel like, can we can we maintain our democracy with folks that certainly couldn't take citizenship very seriously if they can't like make an appointment, if that
Yeah.
makes sense.
It does. And I agree with you. I try to be benevolent and kind to people too, but it makes you end up concentrating more on some of that stuff than the stuff you need to be doing. Like teaching, you probably want to spend 100% teaching, not dealing with all the sub issues. Maybe you'd rather you were getting ready for class or studying something, or yeah. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a cold world out there.
This has been different from our previous interview, I think. Or I don't know
About
how
the
these
Gilmore Girls? About the Gilmore
yeah,
Girls?
with Connor.
Oh,
Yeah, like
yeah, that's interesting. He thought that the parents were irresponsible. Did you say that? That he thought
Um,
the
He was
parents
saying the
were?
parents weren't responsible.
They weren't
yeah.
responsible? I don't see that. Really?
He
Was
was more of a thought that every generation at a certain point is responsible for their own decisions. So you can only put so much blame on the parents, right? Which I think is a nice thought, and I used to be more in that camp, but I have to say, I think, I mean, I blame more like parents and honestly the economy, because the economy like pushes people in the direction of offloading all their responsibilities. So,
well, how is it different? I mean, I guess he had a guy's view of it, of the Gilmore Girls, and he's also not my age, but what else was different about his interview with you guys?
Um,
Was his wife making him watch it, Spencer?
no, he just watched it of his own accord, which is,
Okay.
I mean, I would say what distinguishes like my worldview from Connor's, and then I think it shows up in the show, is that, I've gone down this whole uh Catholic moral virtue rabbit hole where like I do think that there are like what are classically called like natural laws. There are like laws that we have to more or less conform to. Otherwise, there are like negative fruits of not following these things. Whereas I think if you enter into Connor's worldview, which is much more like left liberal, progressive, it there's a kind of basic nihilism baked in that actually people can do whatever they want. And the main thing is we just need to let people be free to do what they want. And so for me to complain about how, Lorelai is kind of squandering her life, she could have a more successful business, she could have a healthier relationship with her mom or her daughter if she could get over herself, is like, well, who are you to say what she should do?
Oh,
The only,
interesting.
the only real, I mean, I don't want to caricature his view, but I think baked into it is this kind of baseline assumption that, and not just him, this is a pretty standard left liberal worldview. The individual to individual, the only bad thing, either there's only two bad things we can do to other people. It's actually hurt them, however we define hurt, and then judge other people for not doing what we think should be done.
Okay.
And it is very hard for me to not judge large swaths of this show. And like it's
Hey,
so much that like I feel like the writers are inviting you to judge.
but wasn't this podcast inviting us to judge the show
I
based
think
on how we think things should go? I think, or analyze it or whatever, right? From our point of view.
I
mhm.
think so. Right.
Yeah.
And part of it to me, what I was Nick, Nick, we
Yeah.
were well, he didn't grow up watching it, but he was married and they'd adopted some of his wife's sisters at the time. So
Oh.
he was exposed to it as it was coming out. And we were doing plumbing in a basement one day and we talked about the show for like 4 hours because I was telling him how we were into it and like I could not, well, I told this to Connor, I'll repeat my thesis that like if I was a stereotypical like patriarchal misogynistic person and I wanted to make a television show demonstrating why women should not be free to make their own decisions, otherwise they end
Oh,
up in like dead end positions, I would be proud to have made Gilmore Girls because
wow.
I feel like
Wow. Okay.
but then
Really?
here's the curveball. And Nick's like, actually, that is not at all how it is perceived. That at the time it was seen as this kind of Gloria Steinem second wave feminism. Isn't it beautiful that these women are just out there making their own decisions in life? You know, isn't it amazing they take a season to begin to process how they feel about some situation? Um,
Wow. And yours was, it was a good example of why women
I
should
thought it
make
was
their own
anti-feminist in its messaging.
decisions. Oh my gosh. Okay.
So, what do you think about his take?
Well, Well, a little harsh, maybe a little harsh. I don't know. But it does take women a long time to figure out about which guy they like sometimes. I mean, right? I mean, when you were a teenager, and it's a teenage show, I would say, but I don't know.
All right.
And
Well,
maybe,
and maybe the historical irony of the show is that if you were to chart the speed at which the Gilmore Girls and maybe the average woman they theoretically are trying to like market to,
mhm.
this was the stage in history at which women's decisions started to be made slower than glaciers started to melt. That we entered the Anthropocene and climate was changing faster than
Wow.
individuals' decisions. And so
Wow.
that's my
Okay.
that's my hot take.
Wow.
And then enter the tragedy. In a climate changing, anthropocentric world, do we have time for people to find out how they feel?
Wow. Well, now Emily makes her mind up right away. You're talking about the two younger Gilmore Girls.
Yes.
Yeah.
Way more
Yes.
so.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What do you
And that,
think? Like,
hmm?
I want to know what your opinion is of Spencer's theory.
Yeah, both 20-year-old you and then you now. What would you say?
um, oh, 20-year-old me would have said, "Oh, just enjoy the show. Just, it doesn't matter. Just enjoy it. Or don't watch it if you don't like it," which would have been really simple. And that's what I would have said though. At my age, I would say, um, well, they have to fill a whole season worth of episodes.
Mhm.
So they might need to slow down some of their movement on deciding on things. And, um, but it's interesting. I wouldn't have said they shouldn't be allowed to make decisions, though, Spence.
Yeah. I'm putting
Lori,
it
what do you think?
Oh, so like part of mine is just I always, you think about what's absent, right? Like of course, the women are in the foreground because they are the ones that are in the show. Primarily, they're the focus point, but the men are often absent or distant, and so the show kind of, I don't know if it's intentional or not, but it inadvertently shows men's failure as well, right? That if men are going to fail, it's by being an absent father, an indifferent father, a father that just like abandons, like Rory's father did. And so the men don't come off any better. It's just that they're not the focal point of the show. I don't think personally that the Gilmore Girls should be seen as a statement about women, what women are capable of. I do think that probably people watching it at the time, especially young girls, might have mistaken it for that because Rory wants to become this like highfalutin journalist and has all these expectations of what she's going to do in life. And her parenting probably sounded ideal because she was like number one and the focus of everybody's attention. But I resist the idea that this is what, represents what women should be or is some sort of ideal. I think from my perspective, it's probably what you shouldn't be. Like you shouldn't be thinking about just what your relationship with a guy is, right? Life is more than that. And you should be thinking about like, what do you need to do to get to your goal? Whether it's like actually working hard at your business or it's actually grinding your butt at like becoming a successful journalist, if that's what you want to do. So, but I see how, and I think this is maybe the corrosive element of the show. Like I can see how young women would have thought, oh, that's great. Like I'd love to live that life and I'd love to have that freedom and I would love to be parented that way and I would love to like pursue a journalistic career, right? Um yeah. So I don't think it's I don't know if the makers of the show thought that it was supposed to be giving women the message of how they should be, but maybe it turned out to be that anyway.
But I like what you said about what it said about men too. And you're right. The men are absent or like Richard, just kind of not really there. Here's a check. Here's another check. I don't really know what to do, but here's a check. Yeah. Just
Right,
because he
right.
doesn't know either. Like, yeah.
Well,
And
and
there's a
that's men's primary problem is they are often absent. They leave, they abandon, they don't commit, they they choose when they're going to be there and when they're not. And we don't talk very much about that, right?
No.
But they're kind of like that missing ingredient that has in my mind kind of disqualified them as like automatic authority figures. Until they are present consistently, why should I? Right. So I guess if that qualifies me as some sort of feminist, I guess so. Right. But my dad is the exception to the rule. And I think the Gilmore Girls shows that, although it does it by their absence rather than their presence.
Right. And sometimes, especially if we go with Richard, the grandpa, in his case, like early on in, I think it's the first season, he's like pissy about having to take the granddaughter out like on a golf date at the country club. And he eventually does it and he like kind of enjoys it. But to me, it's like, dude, it's your granddaughter and she hasn't had a father and now you're back in her life and like maybe she needs a healthy father figure. And and yeah, it's like pulling teeth or whatever to get him to engage with her. Meanwhile, they're happy to write a check for her higher education. And I think it's also kind of mirrored. There's a part in one of the seasons where he retires and he's basically bored because he doesn't have like the inner resources to want to do something beyond work. And so he's just like at the end of his tether the whole time he's retired until he decides to go back to work because he finds all of his meaning in basically like external social activities. And I think there is a way of reading into it that, yeah, this is what makes him a bad patriarchal figure in the show. And you could, if I'm really thinking my view out to its conclusion, you could say, yes, part of why all of this out of control inter-female drama is happening is because he wasn't around to help be a better example and help mitigate these things.
But he would have been a typical father in a
Mhm.
in a generation, maybe the one before him. I mean, that's what dads did. They didn't interact with the kids so much. And like when I grew up, they didn't. And it was the mom that did most of the raising, or from what I saw. But so he would have been like not bad or good, but maybe just what was kind of the norm at the time. But I don't know, Lori, it sounded like you had an amazing dad. But I know I'm just thinking growing up, but the dads weren't real involved, like
No.
they wouldn't have known much. It was the moms that ran the house, and yeah.
Right, right. Well, my
Yeah.
dad's father was an irresponsible gambling alcoholic, and my mother's father was an alcoholic, and both of them did not pay much attention. But interestingly, like my father's father would take him along on his stuff, right? So
Hmm.
he was irresponsible, but he would take him along on his whatever he did, even going to the bar. And
Oh,
even that little bit
really?
of bond, yeah, even that little bit of bonding, like I think made a difference. It shows you the importance of fathers, right? Like my
Mm.
mother's dad was completely absent. So I think this is like a missing ingredient. But like one of the reasons, I mean, part of that is like individual moral failure, right? But part of it is
Mhm.
also that our society at a certain point said, men, you're supposed to be a breadwinner. You're supposed to be the guy that brings it home, right? You fill this role, which is all about making money, and does this role, which is all about like fostering the children. That's probably, artificial thing that our society created, our culture. For most of human history, both of the people were at home because they were running a farm. A lot of people were living off of agriculture, and they were
Sure.
there all the time, and their children were working with them to like sustain the household. So it's only, starting in like the 40s and 50s where we start to have this like bifurcation, and the guy is told, you just need to make money. So, and that's what my grandparent, my mom's dad totally did. He was a business owner. My dad's father, because he sounded extremely bright but uneducated and irresponsible. He knew mathematics in his head. He was a construction person, and but he just like blew all of his money.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like but interestingly, like that, the connection between the father and the children was made on my dad's side, even though it was very flawed. And my dad had this reaction of, well, I will keep that idea of connectedness and caring and love, but I won't keep the irresponsibility. I'm going to do it differently. And that's why I'm here. Like the fact that I mean, I got to credit him with, he's not perfect, but I got to credit him with a great decision there, right? He didn't follow in his father's footsteps. So, I mean, like concluding, like father's position is really important.
Mm-hmm.
And I think our economy has not encouraged either the mother or the father to actually fulfill their parental responsibilities in a serious way. And it came to fathers earlier because we had this gender separation where, like, fathers, you are a breadwinner, and your whole thing is making money. You can just outsource the rest of it to your wife. That's an
Mm-hmm.
unnatural position. So I don't know.
But
Spencer, what do
I
you,
saw
you
some
think?
of that though. Didn't you growing up though? I saw some of the outsourcing for the dads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. My dad didn't follow suit, but I saw a lot of it. And actually, where I
Yeah.
grew up, a lot of the people were African Americans and like poor white and black people. And a lot of times the fathers were just plain absent, right? They just weren't even in the picture. Or if they were, it was just kind of in a predatory sense of like picking up on like whatever benefits their female could receive.
Mm.
So like I saw all around me like men being kind of absent and predatory, and my father was therefore an extreme exception to that rule that I was able to pick up on. But a lot of the girls around me were getting pregnant in hopes that they could do the same sort of maneuver, and the guys were just, yeah, they were not acting like adults at all.
Wow. Can I ask where that was, Lori? Or do you guys talk about that?
Rock
Like,
Rock Island, Illinois, part of the Quad Cities.
oh, so it was a
Quad Cities,
city?
and
Was that a city?
yeah, there's a city at the time about a 500,000 people total
Oh,
because they're a bunch of cities put together. Um, the industry that was prevalent at the time was farm implement industry, which was going away when I was growing up. So there was a lot of like poverty there,
oh
especially
yeah.
amongst African Americans. But like, yeah, my experience as a child in no way resembles my experience now. So I
No,
have
it's a,
total
yes.
dislocation experience, right? But 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 yeah, like looking around, there were no like male role models outside of my father.
Wow. Very interesting though.
Mm, yeah, it's weird. It's a
Mm.
weird life. Like people would not, I can't hardly talk to people about my background because it just does not
It
make sense to them.
it doesn't fit with who I know you now. That,
Right.
I mean, I wouldn't have known you grew up kind of in a black neighborhood or
Yeah. Inner
or
city
inner city.
area.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I think of you as rural and pretty white and it doesn't fit together.
No, I cannot
College
be
professor.
myself. I mean, that's
Yeah.
part of my I cannot be myself without causing a great deal of confusion,
That's right.
which I need to resolve.
Yeah, but college professor, like, you made it out of the inner. I mean, yeah, it's kind of, yeah, not that many people lived in a black neighborhood, or like, was it 50% black? I was pretty. I
Uh,
mean,
at least I just feel like, yeah, it was, well, it
yeah,
was a mixture of about 50-50, and everybody or almost everybody was financially struggling. If you went further, whatever the direction was, I think west, people became better off. But my dad was a school teacher. He didn't make a lot of money. My mom was a secretary. So we lived in this liminal space like that we could afford. And so the neighborhood was mixed, and I grew up around a lot of different people.
yeah.
And yeah, and it was that's an education in its own right. But that's actually where I come from. But I wanted to be something, I wanted to get out of that town. Right now,
Mhm.
looking back, I think that is part of who I am, and I sort of left that behind. So I'm in this awkward position of trying to reclaim that, or trying to like deal with that somehow. I don't know. Like, but I know I do role play a lot because it is incongruous for me to be myself.
Yeah,
Getting
yeah.
tired of
I would not
it.
have known that at all. It's interesting because, or that your parents chose that because maybe they could have chose chosen a suburb or something. I mean, they were, like you
Yeah.
said, inner city, or yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. They came from Iowa. This is too long of a story, but they came from Iowa. And, teachers didn't make much money at that time. And Illinois was paying better, and it was unionized. And my dad's a big union type of person. And so he got this job, right? And so that's where we were going to live. And I grew up my entire life there, right? And that's what he could afford. So that's how that happened. And I think I mean, there's a lot of ways in which that was very beneficial. The experience was
Hmm.
very beneficial, but it in no way resembles the life that I have now. And so there's this weird,
Yeah.
yeah, weird discontinuity.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with it. Anyway, that's a digression.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought it was interesting. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel like what adulting is, or part of what it is just accepting that we never fully fit, and you just have to keep going.
Yeah. I think that I probably need to like think about putting those pieces together. I've been keeping going for quite a long time, but I've never really put them together. And that, I mean, that story is in the zone of what we're talking about because, like Rory went out and, had this dream of doing better, or, but ultimately her own background is is always a part of who she is, right? Like her parents, her own upbringing is a part of who she is. And maybe it's not this glamorous journalistic career in her case. She is still the product of her grandmother and her mother and her upbringing. In the remake, she kind of tries to deal with that, not, I think, successfully, but she comes home, so to speak. So you really need to see that.
Yeah, I'll watch that. And Yeah, and who knew? Some people might have thought it was just a very shallow show, but apparently we've been able to talk about it. Maybe there was a lot there, I guess, after all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
at least they make it that way.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
And that's the question. This was kind of the tension when we interviewed Connor. How much did the writers and the directors intend to be there versus how much are we reading into it? You know, American history of the last 70, 80 years. And and you can always treat it as also like a symptom of like where, kind of the average American consciousness was at, or if you imagine what the average Gilmore Girl viewer was at the time, what does a product like this say about whatever market it's serving? Right. And like I said to you on the phone in the lead up to it, to me, what haunts me is like if young women at this time, or even now, because I get the sense it's rewatched a lot, if people are taking away the message that like it's normal to be something like a Gilmore Girl, for sure, what they're not going to do is like rise, they're just trying to figure out their own feelings in life, you know. Meanwhile, we're like living under an AI post-industrial revolution, and who knows what that's going to do. But like if you're on a Gilmore Girl level of consciousness, it's just blowing you by.
Oh, I'd hope they were a little bit further along than that. That's why it feels kind of teenage more than even 20s, I
Mhm.
think. I mean, because there was some silliness involved in it. I mean, like Lorelai, sometimes they're really silly, which, I regret being kind of silly when I was younger, but they're very silly for, I don't know, it's just hard to watch them being so silly. I guess because maybe I was silly for a while when I was in my 20s. But she's 32. She quote shouldn't be silly anymore. Is It doesn't feel like it's adult so much. But I would hope a lot of girls aren't stuck there, Spencer. That would be, I mean, because okay, God, it's important to have a relationship, but there's so much more obviously in the world too. So I hope they're not stuck there.
There's more things on heaven and earth that are dreamt of in Gilmore Girls, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Not that we want to lose our adventuresome spirit, right? Like it's not like you totally lose that, but adulthood is taking on responsibilities and being steady. And that's where I think you don't see that steadiness. I don't know if, I mean, well, probably Spencer is right that like the more of the media that you consume that's like
Mm,
that, the more it's validating to your own like indecisiveness. That's probably true.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah. Even though it's mindless entertainment, I think Connor was kind of like, but you can just watch it and kind of turn your brain off and just relax, which I do with reality TV. Some stupid reality TV. I fall asleep to it sometimes. But the problem with Gilmore Girls is it is not like just total mindless entertainment. I feel like it is trying to make certain statements.
hmm
And in any case, what you like take in is it does shape your own decisions, probably.
At least to some extent, yeah. Because if it didn't do anything for you, then why would you even watch it?
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But, if we go back to this, like the discussion about cozy, presumably to some extent, sort of the ideas that I'm objecting to are for a certain type of person, cozy, affirming, you know, they want to live in a world where they're on the Gilmore Girls wavelength. They're just out to eat food and hang out with boys and be a Democrat. And it's good enough. It's a taste of the good life. Living
Well,
stars, although.
there is that study, and they said it's specifically rewatching a show that you've already seen. It said it's really good for your mind. People rewatching a show you've seen because it's very comforting for your mind, I guess, because it's already been through it once. So
Hmm.
this show but it's kind of nice to be able to go through it. Even the first time is kind of comforting for your mind. So, people maybe watch it for different reasons. Maybe there's the girls that want to be like Rory, or maybe there's the people that like, they can watch it for all different reasons. Maybe one of them is relaxing, or it's like a fall popcorn show to watch, or like you watch reality shows. It might be for relaxing, and then so there's another use for it, you know.
Mhm. Yeah. If I were to like go back to a show I've watched before that would be somewhat like mind improving, it would probably, but it's still entertaining, it would probably be House. I don't know if you've ever watched
Oh,
House,
I
but
knew about it, but I didn't watch it. Yeah.
oh my gosh, like House is, he's a doctor, he's a genius. Okay. He can solve all kinds of medical problems. And he's like a total bastard to everybody that's in his life. And so you contemplate, like, is this person, how valuable is this person, right? I mean, he's a total bastard to everybody, but also he's a genius, and he like saves people's lives. I found that to be fascinating, and now I'm inspired to watch it again because I've only watched it once. And then the other one is the one Breaking Bad.
Oh, wow. That I
Uh,
watched some of that, but boy, that is dark. Yeah, yeah. But
it's
people love
amazing.
that. I know. People love
What a
it.
great show. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. Like, I put in if I put myself in that guy's position, I wouldn't have done that exactly, but it makes it believable that in that position you could end up being a
Oh,
drug kingpin. So,
yeah, because all bets are
yeah,
off. They dropped the nuclear bomb. How much time do you have? All bets
right.
are off. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
What would you really
So,
do? Or like, the movie Purge. Wasn't that the one? I didn't see it because it was too scary for me, but weren't people just allowed to do like anything they wanted all night long or something? It was like, that kind of
I
thing.
didn't see it.
Yeah.
I didn't see it. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
But
yeah,
yeah.
it helps you contemplate what you would actually do in a situation like that, right?
Yeah.
Whereas the Gilmore Girls feels like I don't want to be there. Like this is so foreign to me that I cannot even put
Yeah.
myself into that position.
So just to be clear, you relate more to meth dealers than
Totally.
more or
Yeah.
less typical women living in a sleepy town.
Yeah, you got it. Absolutely.
That's
To me,
funny.
like one is more normal than the other.
Oh,
I agree. One is more normal than the other.
wow. Really? Really? Are we going there? Wow. Oh, that's funny. That's
Mhm.
funny. Because a lot of people would think they could fit in Laura like I wish I did live there like
Mhm.
Rory does. I mean, maybe
Mhm.
if I was 14, I would, or yeah. Or drug
Yeah, I don't want to
kingpin. You
live
get to
there.
choose, Lori.
It sounds like a sort of dystopia to me, like that would be very totalitarian and oppressive, whereas like being a drug kingpin out of necessity, that sounds
There's
both
a goal.
understandable.
There's a purpose. There's a purpose
Yeah,
to it.
totally.
And some power,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you use your brain to like come up with a maximal result, it's
And for Spencer, it'd be good because you'd have to think quickly. You wouldn't have a whole season maybe to deal with something.
totally don't, because there's always some rival just about to kill you. So
That's
you
right.
gotta you gotta act now.
And you don't have much time left. You don't have much time you've got left. So you got to
Right.
think fast, Spence.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Hmm. You
Not
need to
not at the
watch
pace
that.
of the season's turn.
Yes.